I'm praying that it works. Do I have any delay on? No, I don't. Okay. Okay. So weird. I haven't streamed in so long. Okay. Okay. I think it works. I think it's working. Okay. Connection is good. My bitrate is good. Everything seems like it's working. I think it's working. Is it working? Oh my god, hello. I don't have alerts or anything because I'm just on, like, dude, I'm so close to the camera. I can't get used to this. Hello. Hi. Dude, I feel like I'm having like a really janky Skype call with people. Oh my god. Did I legit feel like I'm having like I'm in like a Zoom call or something? So I don't have alerts or anything because I'm obviously on like a new computer. Okay. Wait, slow down, guys, slow down. Paul, I don't know how, but you were the first one to sub. Thank you so much for subscribing 7 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Wisconvi, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Slam Bro, thank you so much for 13 months. Ethan, thank you so much for 4 months. Mindy, aren't you on a plane? Thank you so much for 7 months in a row. Welcome back. Dorothy, thank you so much for 9 months. Oh god. DJ Marley, thank you so much for 22 months. Oblivion, thank you so much for 35 months. Wiz, thank you so much for 3 months in a row. Fiani, thank you so much for 10 months. Taze, thank you so much for 9 months. Boba's taken, thank you so much for 17 months. Oh god. Darren, thank you so much for 32 months. J-Bomb, thank you so much for 3 months. Recurry, thank you so much for 16 months. Cutting, thank you so much for 13 months. Jared, thank you so much for 27 months. Bingo Top, thank you so much for 3 months. Tim, thank you so much for 9 months. World, thank you so much for 4 months. Saxovan, thank you so much for 22 months. Tito, thank you so much for 3 months. Love and Stuff, thank you so much for 10 months. HQ, thank you so much for 6 months. Hello. Lesalit, thank you so much for 2 months. Kibby, thank you so much for 6 months. Doms, thank you so much for 8 months. Exile, thank you so much for 12 months. Happy 1 year. Thank you. Happy 1 year. Han, thank you so much for 3 months. Chubby, thank you so much for 5 months. Mars, thank you so much for 6 months. Grey Moms, thank you so much for an entire year for the tier 3. So thank you so much. Happy 1 year with the tier 3. Faye, thank you so much for gifting us up to Jess. Thank you. Hi, Jess. Senpai, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub for an entire year. Happy 1 year. Thank you. Frank, thank you so much for 14 months. Keikian, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Really Joke King, thank you so much for subscribing 6 months in a row. Welcome back. X6GH, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. Thank you. Giant Brand, thank you so much for 22 months. Philip, thank you so much for 20 months. Sulai, thank you so much for 20 months. Kizzy, thank you so much for 4 months. Oaken, thank you so much for 6 months. Robot Mage, thank you so much for 4 months. Deal, thank you so much for subscribing 2 months in advance. Thank you. Or 3 months in advance. Thank you. Nacho, thank you so much for subscribing 10 months in a row. ADQ, thank you so much for 3 months in a row. Shy Kai, thank you so much for 8 months. Hugs for Portals, thank you so much for 11 months. Biak, thank you so much for 2 months. Nata, thank you so much for 2 months. Lami, thank you so much for 4 months. Rose, thank you so much for the host. Username, thank you so much for 4 months. Del Sol, thank you so much for 22 months. Rice Ice, thank you so much for 7 months. John, thank you so much for 10 months. Sensei, thank you so much for 15 months. Tingan, thank you so much for 21 months. Tyler, thank you so much for 18 months. Hello. Dude, it feels... Okay, first of all, I'm so sorry. I don't have like any of the alerts or anything set up. But it's because like, well, obviously I'm on like a computer that I'm borrowing. It's not even my laptop. I'm borrowing a desktop. Supreme Crew, thank you so much for 21 months. Thank you. Sorry, the mic is like literally like right here, so if I smack it a couple times, my bad. Helena, thank you so much for 3 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. Anyway, yeah, so that's not our bed, that's our couch. It's like the coolest thing ever, actually. It's like a couch, but then it's pretty much a bed, and then it also pulls out underneath for a pull-out bed. It was really cool. Anyway, so Jamie is upstairs. Yeah, I'm with Jamie. Jamie refuses to be on camera. She says, nope, no way. So she's upstairs where our actual beds are. There's 2 beds upstairs, and that's where we're sleeping. That's like the couch bed they have here. It's like bigger than our actual beds, but it's the best thing ever. And then like the thing underneath, you see that wooden part, it pulls out for another pull-out bed. I've never seen this ever, but it's really cool. Fifi, thank you so much for subscribing 7 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Jerry, thank you so much for 18 months. Mao, thank you so much for 6 months. Weisu, thank you so much for 18 months. Silos, thank you so much for 9 months. Hor, thank you so much for your Twitch Prime. Welcome to the Star Person. Thanks for my thank you so much for 90 bits. Anyway, I'm in Korea. For those of you guys who don't know, I'm in Korea because Jamie was getting jaw surgery, and I decided to tag along to help her out and like support her. Ricelink, thank you so much for 23 months. Thank you. And you guys can ask her about it, but I'm really glad I came because I don't know how she would have done anything by herself. Life's been kind of rough for Jamie, honestly. So please like send her a lot of hope, like speedy recovery soon messages. Anyway, yeah. So where I'm streaming from the Airbnb that Jamie and I are staying at. Bearded Titan, thank you so much for 9 months in a row. Welcome back. Maniac, thank you so much for 3 months in a row with a tier 3 sub. Thank you. Kieran, thank you so much for 35 months. Thank you. Dude, it's almost, you said almost 2 years, but it's almost 3 years. Right? 36, you're 35 months, 36 months is almost 3 years. Hello, quick math. Are you okay? Andy, thank you so much for going 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Soshi, thank you so much for 6 months. Slimy Bob, thank you so much for 7 months. Redfire, thank you so much for 5 months. Joa, thank you so much for 8 months. Shiro Vivo, thank you so much for 2 months. Ziddy, thank you so much for 14 months. Thank you. I have a slot. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I'm still in Korea. I look super janky because, well, first of all, I'm streaming. Sorry, I'm gonna whack the mic a lot because I'm just like not used to having the mic below me. Yilsarai, thank you so much for subscribing 6 months in a row. Welcome back. Venison, thank you so much for 11 months in a row. Welcome back. Sammy, thank you so much for 3 months in a row. Welcome back. It's 8 p.m. here. You hear me twice? You hear me twice? Is it better? Okay. So this mic has like a bajillion settings. Because it's a sick mic. First of all, very sick mic. But I've never really like used a mic that had like a bajillion settings. And so I kind of like mess it up quite a bit. So yeah. Just like always like make sure to let me know if I mess up the audio. Sammy, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Alvara, thank you so much for 25 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Billy, thank you so much for 6 months in a row. Okay, so it's really janky, huh? I feel like I'm having this like Skype call with you guys, or like a Zoom meeting call. I don't, do I even look like a streamer? No, I just look like I'm streaming from my like laptop webcam. But it's fine. Skits, thank you so much for subscribing 9 months in a row. Welcome back. Villy, thank you so much for 6 months. Anku-san, thank you so much for 13 months. Laris, thank you so much for 21 months. Thank you. 안녕하세요. Blazing, thank you so much for 8 months in a row. Welcome back. Alex, thank you so much for 28 months in a row. Welcome back. Andrea, thank you so much for 3 months for the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Suishi, thank you so much for 4 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. Oh my god, Hyun would be awake because it's POE week. 잘 지냈죠? It's 8 p.m. here. I don't know what time it is PST, but I know it's the AM. Because I'm pretty sure people are sleeping, or supposed to be sleeping. But it's POE week, so. MC Nerd, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. 4 a.m. PST, I see. Sorry, my lips are kind of ripped here because I've been picking at it. Damn, thank you so much for subscribing 6 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. Anyway, yeah, I got my hair cut today. It looks really different than when I took the picture because it's just like, you know, like deflated. Because, you know, they like do your hair with heat and then it dies. Some of this is just dead now. But it still looks good. Duck, thank you so much for subscribing 12 months in a row. Happy 1 year, thank you. But yeah, I'm streaming in complete darkness. Everything looks really janky. The mic is probably really janky too. The camera's janky, the mic is janky, everything is janky. I don't have my alerts set up because it's just so much to import everything. And I'm so lazy. Sarang, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Julian, thank you so much for subscribing 4 months in a row. Welcome back. Pamban, thank you so much for 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. I'm also too lazy to sign into any of my YouTube accounts or my Spotify accounts or my SoundCloud accounts. So if I play music, it's gonna play an ad. And so I decided I won't play music. So yeah, we chillin'. It was gonna be a test stream. Thanks, Jess. See, you and I are on the same time zone. So oh, right as I said that, my FPS and my internet's spiking. So is it really laggy? Right now, is it super laggy? Adam, thank you so much for subscribing 5 months in a row. Welcome back. Not really. Okay, well, I see it dropping. So maybe it's just my OBS freaking out. Okay, I guess it's just my OBS freaking out. But yeah, our Airbnb internet is not that great, so it might have some connectivity issues. So I was just gonna do like a test stream and see where. Sorry, oh my god, it's gonna do the thing. Am I echoing? Nepu, thank you so much for subscribing 15 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Grim, thank you so much for 11 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Deserex, thank you so much for 5 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. Okay, cool. Yeah. I was gonna try to stream some Valorant. I don't know if I'm gonna try to do it today. I might try to do it some other day, maybe like tomorrow. But yeah, I was gonna test stream this, and then I need to test stream Valorant, and then I need to set up my capture card and my Switch and see if I can stream Monster Hunter Rise. And once we get that set up, it should be okay and good to go. Resier, thank you so much for subscribing 2 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Hooray Hiccups, thank you so much for 8 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Deserex, thank you so much for 5 months. The only issue is we have to move Airbnbs later because basically on our way to the Airbnb, there's like, the hill is like this. It's like a 45-degree angle, legit, and there's like 4 of them, and it takes about like 7 minutes ish to climb up all those hills. And it's just, there's that, and then there's staircases to the entryway of our Airbnb. Okay, and then we get to the entrance, and then we have to go up 3 flights of stairs. So it's painful. It's really painful for someone who walked 0 steps normally to walk that much is a pain. Anyway, when Jamie, I realized I film a couple of things for the vlog. And then I realized I never really like tell you guys in like an Instagram story, so you guys don't know about it. So basically, the day that Jamie arrived, or the day I picked Jamie up from the hospital, we got back, we took the taxi back to the Airbnb, and we were going up the stairs to our Airbnb. And by the time we got to the 2nd floor, Jamie was carrying like her backpack full of things and another bag, and I was carrying her 2 other bags of stuff. and she just got so tired she like dropped them, and like I knew that was like my cue to like pick up her stuff and like go the rest of the way. And so I like picked up all her stuff, and we're going up the rest of the last flight of stairs. We walk inside, and immediately as she sits down, like an anime, her nose just drips of blood because she was so tired. Because her body is just like, she couldn't handle it. She just had a nosebleed. And I was like, oh yeah, we can't do these stairs. So I do the errands of like if she needs anything. But we mostly like order, but for the things I have to like go out for, it's me. Cause yeah, Jamie's body can't handle it right now. It was funny. I laughed, but she just has like a nosebleed. Hi Albert. Hi Bert, thank you so much for subscribing 15 months in a row. Welcome back. Tree, thank you so much for subscribing 2 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. But yeah. Jamie's in chat. No, I don't think your internet will DC. It's green, it's green. Jamie's literally upstairs, so she can hear everything I'm saying. But yeah. Pointlessness, thank you so much for subscribing for an entire year. Happy 1 year, thank you. But yeah, it was really funny. I've never had such a moment before. You should have just seen her on the second story. She just like gave up. She literally just dropped it. She didn't even like ask me. She wasn't like, Celine, can you carry this for me? She didn't do that. She just dropped it. And her backpack has her laptop in it and her camera. She just dropped it. She's like, F this. I was like, okay, I'll go pick it up. And she just kept walking. She didn't even like look behind to see if I picked her stuff up. She just dropped it and went upstairs. And then I followed her, and then I opened the door for her, and we walked inside, and she immediately had a nosebleed. So yeah, I'm kind of okay. So I learned from this trip. Fiddy, thank you so much for gifting us up to Jamie and Albert. Thank you, thank you. XX, thank you so much for going 7 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. I've learned from this trip that neither Jamie nor I are really good at vlogging. We just have like a lot of moments, and it's just none of it is vlogged. We're really bad at like vlogging. We just kind of live our life, and reaching for the camera isn't really much of an instinct, which is kind of sad because I think there were a lot of things that happened that were totally vloggable. Like the first time we walked 20k steps in Korea. We walked like 20k steps like 3 days in a row. It was crazy. I usually walk like 0. So that happened. LOL, thank you so much for subscribing 9 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. But yeah, I don't really reach much for the camera either. So there's that. Most of my footage is literally food. But yeah. Anyway, hello everyone. Hello. I cannot believe I have viewers right now. Cause like, I don't know, I've never streamed at this hour. Literally never. I guess this is like EU times, huh? It's like DGen hours for NA, and then EU hours, Asia gang. So how many of you are from EU or Asia or Australia? Wow, that's crazy. I never ever think there are people watching me internationally, so that's pretty interesting. Prayu, thank you so much for subscribing 5 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Daniel, thank you so much for subscribing 24 months. Happy 2 years. Thank you, thank you. Happy 2 years. Yeah, South America, Africa. Lots of different time zones. My Discord is active 24 hours. That's crazy. Well, I guess it's because I have like a good range of like, well, I say I have a good range, but I think Darren is the one mod I have from New Zealand, right? So he just like picks up after everybody leaves, kind of thing. But that's probably the reason why my Discord can be active. Raygun, thank you so much for subscribing 5 months in a row. Welcome back. Bloody, thank you so much for subscribing 27 months in a row. Welcome back. Miratech, thank you so much for 4 months. Bakram, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the Star Prison. Thanks for being my starting. AQ, thank you so much for 9 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Anyway, yeah. So I'm streaming. Yup. I really didn't think my stream or it could stream. So I'm impressed. I'm impressed that this computer can stream. Oh my god, guys. When I first got this computer, I think because it's a rental computer, the last person to use it definitely well, everything was written in Mandarin or Chinese. I don't know which one. Is the written form of Mandarin and Cantonese different? I actually don't know. Anonymous, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. Thank you. Rigatonics, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Is this just one written language? I actually don't know. They're the same? Okay. So everything was written in Chinese. And I just struggled a lot setting everything back. There are still some things in my OBS that are written in Chinese, and I don't know. And then a lot of things on my desktop were written in Chinese, and my Steam client was in Chinese, and so I had to like change all of that. That was struggle. But yeah. Hello everyone. Oh, I didn't know. It's just a dialect. Jamie wasn't here that day. She was still at the hospital when I was changing the settings. I'll probably be in Korea for at least a couple more weeks. It really depends on how fast Jamie recovers and how much I can stream while I'm here. I haven't streamed for nearly a month, right? I actually don't know when the last time I streamed was. I think it was nearly a month. 3 weeks, at least. So, it's been too long. Aww. It's gotta have been 3 weeks, because 2 weeks of quarantine. And then a week just me in Korea, right? So it's been like 3 weeks at least. 24 days ago, yeah, so nearly almost a month. BKM, thank you so much for subscribing 6 months in a row. Welcome back. Pranesta, thank you so much for subscribing 15 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. But yeah, we haven't really done much in Korea. The first 3 days we got here, we were just running errands for Jamie mostly, because like to prep for her like surgery and like what she needs and stuff. So the first 3 days we just kind of ran errands, and then excuse me, what do we do? And then I was at the hospital for 1 night, 2 days. Then I came back, and then Jamie was chilling for her day 2 or day 3. And so I stayed home. And that was like my first day of rest. So I just did not move from this couch that entire day. Didn't move at all. And then the next day, Jamie was like, I'm good to go. And so I went and picked her up at the hospital. Then we came back, and the nosebleed story, and then we've just been chilling since. Yep. And then today I went to go get a haircut because Teresa, thank you so much for subscribing 4 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. We're doing good. Xanthos, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. T-Rex, thank you so much for 35 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Okay, so I got a haircut today. Let me tell you the story, Cause so I didn't even vlog that I got a haircut today. See, I'm really bad at vlogging. So I got my hair dyed. Okay, so this is what you guys see. But I went through a horror story with my hair. Okay, so I actually got my hair dyed before Jamie was hospitalized. So before Jamie was hospitalized, I got my hair dyed. And it was probably the worst experience I've ever had with a hair dye. I looked like a freaking Furby, and it wasn't even like intentional. I just looked like a Furby, and I cried. Okay, so first of all, I don't normally cry over hair. Hair is hair, okay? Hair is hair, and I'm like whatever about it. Hair grows, okay? But if you spend a year, like the entire quarantine, trying to keep your hair alive, and you spent, remember, I don't know if you guys remember, but I said like I can't, my mental health is crap. I can't work on my mental health, so I'm gonna work on my hair. So I spent all of quarantine literally nurturing my hair to life from like the bleach damages from before, and my hair was great. Like it was in great condition. I had like no broken ends. Anyway, I did all of that, and then I come out of the salon, and it wasn't even like the things they were using. It was just like the way they were handling my hair. They were like ripping at my hair, breaking my hair apart, and then they would just like bleach, and the bleach would like bleed onto my ends, and then my ends would break. So basically I just ended up losing like a lot of my hair that day. And okay, I'll show you guys this picture. Just because I can't even believe I'm okay with showing the public this, because it's like so ridiculous that I guess I don't mind. Just like, look at this. Can you guys see that? Oh, you guys can't even see that. Oh, you guys can't see that. That sucks. How do I show you guys? Do I lower the brightness on this? Can you see it now? Oh, you can kind of see it now. You guys see that? Do you guys see where there's like a stripe in my hair? That wasn't even intentional. Do you see that? Anyway, they dyed my hair like this. So I like not only lost hair, but I was walking around looking like a freaking Furby. And so I cried. I didn't cry at the salon because I hate like showing people that I'm like unhappy. So I left the salon. And then when I saw Mindy and Jamie, I started bawling. And I've never in my entire life have I cried about my hair. Ever in my life have I ever cried about my hair. But I cried. I cried and I started laughing because I was hysterical. Anyway, so that happened. And then I tied my hair up because I don't want to be walking around looking like some inverse Cheshire cat Furby looking thing. And yeah, and then Mindy fixed it. Mindy fixed my hair. So this is my hair now because Mindy fixed it, and Mindy is magical. And she just revived my hair, fixed everything, gave me everything, gave me a new life, gave me a new identity, and I no longer was Furby. So yeah, this is the dyed hair you're seeing. This is Mindy's job. Mindy fixed it all. And yeah, and then because my aunt saw that and she saw how miserable I was, she was like, okay, we have to at least get you a good haircut to make up for the fact that like you had a terrible hair dye job. And so my aunt booked a hair cutting appointment today, and so this is my haircut, and that's why I got a haircut today. Otherwise I wouldn't have. But yeah, I really like my haircut. I've actually never gotten such a good haircut before in my life. She was like so fast and everything. It was insane. But yeah, I rambled, but that's my hair cutting story and my Furby looking hair. It was so ridiculous. I could not even believe they let me like walk out looking like that. I was showing my hairdresser today that picture, and she was like, So these stripes, were they like intentional? And I was like, no. I asked for like one color. And yeah. Okay. Fiddy, thank you so much for gifting us up to Chris. Thank you, thank you. Nick, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back, and thank you. Phoenix, thank you so much for subscribing 31 months in a row with a tier 3 sub. Thank you, thank you. Shigeki, thank you so much for 11 months in a row. Welcome back, thank you. Raider, thank you so much for 4 months in a row. Moonlighter, thank you so much for 33 months with a tier 2 sub. Thank you. T-Rex, thank you so much for 35 months. Xanthos, thank you so much for 3 months. Thank you. But yeah. Hello. Kale, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Wait. Yeah, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Also, hi, Chris. I see you're awake at 5:20 a.m. Right? Fiddy, thank you so much for gifting us up to Potato. Thank you. Kale, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. But Chris is an hour ahead of PST, right? No? Is it 4:20 for him too? Oh, I thought Vegas was an hour ahead. My sense of everything is so bad. BKM, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. Well, I'm talking to you guys from April 21st, 8:22 p.m. So I'm talking to you from the future. Team Toast. Oh. Yeah, I saw that Team Toast one. Actually, that day, so as you guys know, my mental health is extremely fragile. I don't know how to describe it. Anyway, so I spent like the entire day off of Twitter and off of Twitch. But I did see that Team Toast won on my Instagram stories. And Pog. I'm glad everyone had fun. That's like the most important thing. Yeah, I did miss the OTV tournament, but it's okay. I was here. Pretty sure that was like the day I picked Jamie up to. I'm glad everyone had fun though. It was a phenomenal tournament. I like saw a bit of it because I was like, I'm too curious. But the production value, dude, the production value for that offline TV tournament for Valorant was better than the production value of a lot of other Valorant tournaments. Loki was the best. Loki was the best production I've ever seen. But you didn't hear that from me. But yeah, that was kind of crazy. I just thought the production was insane. Sneaky Snake, thank you so much for subscribing for an entire year. Happy 1 year with a tier 3 sub. Thank you. Happy 1 year. But yeah. Because I don't know. Would I have been in the tournament if I wasn't from Korea? Yeah. I would have. But I was in Korea, so yeah. But it looked fun. The teams are pretty well balanced too. Impressive all around. What would I have played? Anything else? I don't know what I would have played. Probably anything. Anonymous, thank you so much for gifting Alyssa a sub. Thank you. No, I didn't watch the highlights of the tournament. I've just been kind of chilling, actually. I actually tried playing Valorant here in Korea, but on NA servers, and I played on 150 ping. Basically, playing on 150 ping is like everything registers half a second later. So that was interesting. It's not bad because the game doesn't like lag you. You feel like you're playing like a fluid game. but because your shots register half a second later, basically you can almost never hit a hard bot in the practice range. That's kind of how it is. Like, you just can't hit one because they disappear faster than your bullet can hit them. Like, I went in the practice range and I got like 3 because of the ping. I haven't played a game on Korean servers yet. I was planning on doing it, and if I was going to do it, I was going to stream it, because I figured if I'm going to play solo unrated on Korean servers, I might as well stream that experience, no? Gabe, thank you so much for subscribing 21 months in a row. Welcome back, thank you. How are you doing? Doing good? Better? Noblesse, thank you so much for subscribing 2 months in a row. Welcome back, thank you. Fade and 4, thank you so much for subscribing 5 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. Why am I in Korea? I'm in Korea because Jamie wanted to get jaw surgery, and this girl was gonna come to Korea by herself, and I thought she was crazy, and I was right. She is crazy, because Jesus, I don't know how anybody would do this by themselves, but yeah, so I just accompanied her here to Korea, and yeah. Bigos, thank you so much for subscribing 20 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. Why did she do the surgery in Korea? I'm sure Jamie will tell you. She's done like so much research about like where she wanted to do her surgery, but she just thought Korea was like the best place. I have been translating a lot, actually. I translated a lot at the hospital too. They had their like own interpreter, but she was only there for like the medical part with like the doctor and like signing, but other than that she wasn't really there, and so I was there. But yeah, my guy, thank you so much for subscribing 4 months in a row. Welcome back, thank you. I am streaming from a rented computer, so yeah, that's why I don't really have anything. I also only have one monitor, so when I stream Valorant, I was thinking of pulling chat up on my laptop and then just streaming it, and hopefully it's okay. But yeah, good night. I hope you get good sleep, Ice. Bongola, thank you so much for subscribing for an entire year. Happy 1 year, thank you. I'm streaming from our Airbnb. Thanks for all the compliments. I could also put chat on my phone. Chat on my phone would probably last longer, actually. Maple story? Good night, Gabe. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks. We've been in Korea since... Okay, so... March 29th was when we left. And then Jamie and I were in quarantine for 2 weeks. Yeah. Dude, that was an interesting experience. All I did was play Maple Royals the entire time. All I did was play Maple Story. All day in quarantine. I didn't do anything else. My quarantine meals... Let's say some were edible and some was not. I can't even describe to you some of the stuff I ate. 'Cause like, I've had bad cooking, but like even bad cooking is like edible. There was just like some stuff they gave me that was, I refuse to believe is made from actual food. But I mean, it was a meal. And there was like sometimes I just like skip the meal and I would just eat the cup noodles they gave us. But yeah, it was really interesting. 2 weeks. 2 weeks in quarantine, and you can't leave your room in the hotel. I just like turned on TV, watched cartoons in Korean, and played MapleStory all day. But yeah. Yeah, it was kind of, well, it was a humbling experience. Actually, a lot of the things I've been experiencing are a humbling experience. I'm like, yeah, I'm learning a lot about how much I've spoiled myself in LA. But yeah. COVID is regulated really well here. Dude, oh my god, I feel like a lot of like, I don't know, a lot of like traveling to a certain country is kind of like glorified right now, but I feel like it's kind of painful to be a foreigner in Korea, because basically what they do is they've regulated every store and restaurant requires, well, they do temperature checks as soon as you go in with a camera, so they identify you, they take a picture, and they regulate your temperature immediately with like a machine. And anywhere you go, they've got like a scanner, they've got everything. Okay, some places require your identity because you're gonna be in there like longer. So if you have, or most people in Korea have like a QR code that's like your identity, so you scan that, and that's like your check-in system. If you don't have that, which like obviously Jamie and I don't, you have to write your like contact number. And in the beginning, Jamie nor I, neither of us had a phone number. We recently got SIM cards, so we have phone numbers now. But before, we didn't have phone numbers, so we had no way to like write contacts. So we'd have to write like Jamie wrote her like interpreter's contact or her hospitals, and I would write like my grandma's or something. But you have to do that like everywhere you go if you can't like scan it. But now we have numbers, but we still have to write it down, so we still have to like write our own numbers down. But yeah, what it's for is like, if it turns out you had COVID or somebody else had COVID, it's to like immediately contact you that somebody there had COVID. But yeah, you need like a social security number to do everything and anything here, and that's been our biggest struggle. It's just like we can't do anything because we're not citizens. But it's been okay. Anyway, that's like the stuff they don't talk about, you know, and like travel stuff. And I'm like, bro, this is like a struggle, and nobody like talks about this. Anyway, I mean, you're not supposed to be traveling right now, so that's another thing. But yeah, but good stuff, good regulations. Everything else is like done pretty well here. I was born in Korea, but I got my U.S. citizenship later. And if you get your U.S. citizenship, you have to like forfeit your Korean one. So I had to forfeit my Korean one to get my U.S. citizenship. So yeah. No, we weren't allowed to hotel. We weren't allowed to order food to our hotel. We were allowed to order packaged food. Which, did I post on my Instagram story about that? Did Jamie post on her Instagram story about that? We were allowed to order packaged food, and Jamie ordered me and her drinks, because I said one day I'm craving juice, and she was craving like cola or Pepsi or whatever. She ended up ordering us liter bottles of juice and Pepsi, and she showed me the picture. She's like, doesn't it look small? And I was like, no, it doesn't look small at all. But she thought they were like, you know, these size ones. I don't know. How many ounces is this size? Anyway, she ended up ordering us like Costco packs, like, she ordered herself like 6 liters of Pepsi. and she ordered me 6 liters of not orange juice, which is the one I wanted, by the way, but she ordered me tangerine juice. She ordered me 6 liters of tangerine juice. And yeah, that was cool. But yeah, we could order like snacks and packaged food, but we weren't allowed to order food like delivery. Actually, HyperX sent me gear while I was in quarantine, and so I actually had to sign like a form that was like, oh, if any of the electronics are damaged, it's like not our fault kind of thing. And I was like, okay. I signed that, and every like form they gave me, they put in like a Ziploc bag, so that, you know, it's like quarantine or COVID proof. Anyway, and I take it out and I sign it, put it back in, leave it out, and I got my stuff. So actually, you can order a keyboard and a mic and a headset while you're in the hotel, but you're not allowed to order delivery food. So yeah. Have fun getting groceries. Chaser, thank you so much for subscribing 11 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Jack, thank you so much for subscribing 4 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Excuse you. Cookie, thank you so much for subscribing 8 months in a row. Welcome back. Bobby, thank you so much for 22 months. Das, thank you so much for 5 months. Mongola, thank you so much for 12 months. Happy 1 year. Thank you. I always forget who I thanked and who I didn't thank, so if I like repeat your name, my bad. I have really bad memory. I have really good long-term memory, but I have really bad short-term memory. Tuesday, thank you so much for subscribing 23 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. Oh, hello. Hello. But yeah. Dude, this is so... Okay, it feels like a secret stream to me, but I know it's like not like a secret because I'm literally streaming, but like it feels like a secret stream to me. Like a low-key secret stream. My voice changes all the time. My voice fluctuates from like a really high note to like a really low note. Flame, thank you so much for subscribing 5 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Jamie's doing good. She's very swollen, but she's doing good. She can move about. She can't eat anything. The only thing she's been able to consume are pure liquids, so she's in pain because Jamie likes eating. And the only thing she can drink is drinks. So yeah. She's chilling though. She's, I don't know on what season of Modern Family. She's picked up an anime to watch. And yeah, she's chilling. She also watches other people jaw surgery videos to relate because she's mentally dying. And so yeah, she's better than that. She's doing okay. She can walk. She can do like light exercise. We learned today she can shower. So she's doing good. And yeah. How does she eat? She just puts it in a little paper cup. She's ordered a ton of paper cups. She just puts it in the paper cup and eats it. Drinks it. It has to be in a paper cup because she has to like kind of like fold it. So she can't open her mouth. She can open her mouth like this much. Like her lips come apart like this much. So she has to like fold the paper cup and kind of like, I don't know, like fold it like this and then sip it. But yeah. Straws aren't allowed. You're not allowed to use a straw for like a week or two. Because if you do, you can, what is it? I don't know how to describe it. You can't, the sucking, like, the messes up with the stitching. But yeah. It's like the same thing as if you got your wisdom teeth removed, you're also not allowed to drink out of a straw for like 2 weeks. It's like the same thing. She also got her wisdom teeth removed. So it's probably from that too. Yeah, I can open up the stitches. Thank you. Yes, that's what I was trying to say. But yeah. Wow, so I can stream. That's good. That's good to know. The internet can handle streaming. So there's been no lag or anything. It's been okay. We're probably staying in Korea for like a couple more weeks. She has to still check in at the hospital, and the hospital has to be like, give her the okay, so. Well, our internet's not that good. The one at this Airbnb, like I speed tested it. It's not very good. So I'm surprised it's holding up that well. No, I'm streaming from a rented desktop. Yeah, she had jaw surgery and wisdom teeth removal. She did at the same time. I didn't really watch the OTV Valorant tournament. I watched like a very, very little bit of it from the production standpoint. Thought the production was insane. Only small hitches? Oh, okay. So it's doable. I wonder if it would lag a lot if I opened Valo. No, I'm not home in Korea. I am at an Airbnb in Korea. Oh, it got really bright. This might be really loud because I'm opening Valorant and I don't know how loud it is. I have not been playing that much games. Okay, sorry, let me figure out the password that she set for me. I'm just gonna open Valorant and see if the computer can handle that. The only pain is I have to like alt tab every time to double check on things. Lower your volume. Lower your volume. I don't know how loud Valorant's gonna be, so just like lower your volume. That's not that loud. Oh, I look so red, but I promise you I'm not. Oh, I see. Oh, that's not that bad. Okay. Oops, I should probably rename this one to webcam. Sorry. I don't know why I decided to do this now, but I'm doing it now. Okay. Video, full screen, windowed full screen, apply. Cool, okay. It works. Is there lag? Actually, you know what? This is a good time for me to do it because this way I can check if there is lag or not. I guess you wouldn't be able to tell. Everything good? Kinky Lord, thank you so much for subscribing 5 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Eggless, thank you so much for 4 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Incomplete, thank you so much. 10 months in a row. Hunter Shy, thank you so much for 4 months. Thank you. True, my title is test, so I might as well test everything while I can.
ultimate is ready.
Everything good? I mean, I can't read chat, but I figure you guys will tell me. So I actually haven't played on the famous 9 ping yet, but I mean, I played on 150 ping. Is everything okay? I have to alt tab to read you guys. It looks good. Looks good. Let's go. Oh, my ping is 42 actually. So this is what I mean by our internet's actually not that good. Is like, I don't get the famous, oh, it's going down. Oh, it's going back up. Anyway, yeah, our internet kind of like spikes up and down a lot. There's this like period of time with our internet where it lags a bit and it just like DCs. But, I mean, it's okay. No, the PC's not that great either. So basically, I'm not on like really, really great whatevers, but this will have to do. My ping's at 97. I guess my ping will go up and down. But, I mean, our internet's not really good, so I can't really say anything. It goes up pretty high. But it looks smooth. I think that's like the nice thing about Valorant is that like even if the ping is high, at least it looks smooth. Okay, well. There's that. That was a good test. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. .42 is high ping. In Korea it is, because everybody plays on like 9 ping here. But yeah, I won't get that 9 ping, I guess. Excuse me. I've been burping a lot lately. Bill, thank you so much for subscribing 15 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thanks for liking my hair. I got it cut today. You play on 100 ping normally? Oh my goodness. Thanks. Haza, thank you so much for subscribing 10 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Zero, thank you so much for subscribing 18 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. So, with League, I asked Riot if I could have a League account so that I didn't have to level up one, but they didn't get back to me. So I don't know what I'm gonna do about League. Do I just level an account? Yeah. You have 5 ping in Sweden? That's actually so awesome. I'm jealous. But yeah. I'll probably be in Korea for about like 2 more weeks, 3 more weeks. 3 weeks? 3 weeks. So somewhere around like 3 weeks. I mean, I can play NA Valorant. I'll just be on 150 ping. So if people don't mind me not really being able to shoot, I can play with people. I tried an unrated earlier, yesterday, and it was fine for me. It just sucks dying when you know you would have killed the person had I been on lower ping, but it's whatever. Bunso, thank you so much for subscribing 19 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Kevin, thank you so much for subscribing for an entire year. Happy 1 year. Thank you. But yeah. I haven't played on the Korea servers yet, so I can't tell you what the Korean players are like. But I figure they're insane. Damn, 100 to 120 ping. That sounds unfun. Why am I in Korea? I'm in Korea because my friend Jamie wanted to get jaw surgery here, and I just wanted to accompany her and make sure she's okay. Cause yeah. Did you? I put on my Instagram story, but for those of you guys who don't know, when I was at the hospital with Jamie, the manager of the building, I told him my story. He basically asked me, oh, like, did I like follow Jamie here from abroad? And I was like, yeah, we both came from like LA or I came with her from LA to just like accompany her. And he was like, wow, like you came from abroad for your friend? I was like, yeah. He's like, I've literally like almost never heard that before. That's like as a friend, like that just like doesn't happen. And I was like, oh really? I was like, I feel like that's kind of like, I don't know, is that or she comes here alone? And he's like, yeah, no, seriously. And then the next day, he stopped by Jamie's room again, and he came and he gave me like, I put on my Instagram story, but he gave me like a chapstick from Fresh, the company. Those are around like, I think it's around like 20 something dollars, 20 to 25-ish, I don't know. Anyway, it's expensive chapstick, okay? It's not just any chapstick. Anyway, he came by and he gave me that, and he was like, I was like so freaking moved by what you did. I hope like you take this gift and you have like a good time in Korea. And I was like, oh, thank you. And he was like, also, I bought that for myself like a while ago, so it expires soon, so you should use it fast. It was still in packaging, but it was funny because it was expiring in like 3 months or so. And I kind of laughed. I was like, oh, that's fine. I still appreciate it. And he was like, yeah. So that was cool. I was moved by him being moved, I guess. Tommy Boy, thank you so much for subscribing 25 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. But yeah, that was really sweet of him. I thought he wasn't like involved in the medical process or anything. He was just like the building manager of where Jamie got her surgery done. Snake, thank you so much for subscribing 7 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. I was using it. It's in my bag. But yeah. How's Corona in Korea? It's really well regulated. Everything in Korea, you need to get your temperature checked before you're allowed in. So there's a lot of that. And legit, everyone wears a mask. At least from what I've seen. I've seen everyone wears a mask. And I don't know, it's just really well regulated here. And they've got a lot of, so Korea, I think most Asian countries have already like adapted so that they have changed like systems to be more what is it? I don't know how to describe it. Basically, because of COVID, they've changed how things work in society. It's accommodating, yes. Everything's been like, they've regulated and changed systems to be COVID safe. So for example, I went to like a mall restaurant today, and they have it so you can't just like sit anywhere and order and just sit anywhere. You have to they line you up like spaced lining, and then they sit you down at a table, and then you can go up and order, and then they bring the food to you after you put like this like scanning thing. I mean I think this part is like they've always had that, but like they've basically systemized most things so that it's like COVID friendly, and like there's regulations around it. But in the US, it's like half the people wearing masks, half the people aren't, and they're just running about frolicking like normal. So like nothing is regulated from what I've seen in California. But in Korea, it's like, yeah, you have to like scan your identity. Like your QR code is your identity. And they make sure, like, if there's ever a COVID case, they've got like logs of everyone who's been there so that they know who to check on and who to contact in case it has spread elsewhere. And just like everything here is very regulated and very strict for the most part. But yeah. It's done pretty well. At least, I don't know, maybe people in Korea find it to be not well done. But as a foreigner coming from LA, dude, Korea does it really, really, really well. Like extremely well. Like extremely, extremely well. So yeah. It's pretty cool. It's interesting though, cause so I haven't been to Korea for, sorry, excuse me. Penguin, thank you so much for subscribing 19 months in a row. Welcome back, thank you. Snake, thank you so much for subscribing 7 months in a row. Sorry, I'm moving the mic. Hero, thank you so much for subscribing 9 months in a row. Welcome back, thank you. Did I thank you, Tommy? Thank you so much for subscribing 25 months in a row. Welcome back, thank you. Oh, so I haven't been to Korea for like 3 years? 2 years? 3 years? 2 to 3 years. I don't remember the last time I came to Korea, but it's been a while. And Hammocks, thank you so much for subscribing 5 months in a row. Welcome back, thank you. And it's just like so different because I came obviously pre-COVID and it was still like super nightlife orientated, crowds everywhere, so many people. But now a lot of the areas are very vacant and very, 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 very empty, like extremely empty. And obviously there's like no tourists now and everything. And so it's really interesting because like I came back to Korea and it just looks kind of completely different to me. Sammy, thank you so much for gifting us up to Christopher. Thank you. John Boy, thank you so much for subscribing 20 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. Thanks. Thanks for liking my hair. I got it cut today. Yeah, a lot of the tourist areas are really vacant because there's no tourists anymore. Yeah, I'm doing okay for the most part. Sorry, I hear Jamie. I think she's trying to sleep, so I might talk a little quieter. I think she's snoring. Oh, so basically because of her surgery, she's like really, really congested. I don't know, honestly, when she came out of surgery, dude, my heart broke when she came out of surgery because I like listened to her and like she just like couldn't breathe because there's so much like congestion. She was also waking up from the anesthesia, so there's that too, but like there's just so much like congestion stuck inside of her, so when she breathes it just sounds really like, what's the word, like it's just like a lot of stuff. I can like barely hear her like breathe, and so like even now she's like really congested, and so she has to breathe through her, mostly through her, well, she can, I don't know if she can breathe through her nose, but she's really congested anyway. She's like really congested, and so I hear her breathing all the time, and I just feel really bad for her because I don't know, I think she's just really, really miserable. But yeah, but I can tell when she's sleeping really easily because she does some really heavy breathing. I could hear her breathing from here. Like that's how stuffed she is. But yeah, she constantly has a runny nose. She's like dripping and can't breathe. She can't really open her mouth either, so Yeah, she's like gurgling most of the time. That's a really good way to describe it. I'm sure she'll like explain to you guys what she wants to explain, involving her operation and everything. But yeah, I don't think I'm the one to ask. Stefan, thank you so much for gifting 25 subs. Thank you. I really, really appreciate it. No, she can't blow her nose. She can't like blow. She can't blow or suck. Stefan, thank you so much for gifting 25 subs. If you got gifted a sub from Stefan, make sure you add them and thank them. Thank you so much for the 25 gifted subs. Thank you. Sammy, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Cordy Corba. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I didn't mean it in a weird way. She cannot blow or suck, okay? She cannot blow. She can't blow in air, and she can't suck air. Okay? She can't even smile. Honestly, that's like the most jarring thing for me is Jamie has never talked to me without a smile on her face. Ever. Even when she's sad, she tells me her sad stories while smiling. She cries to me while smiling. She gets like angry and she's smiling. So like that's kind of like the most jarring thing for me right now is like when Jamie talks to me, she doesn't smile. And I'm like like I've never seen Jamie not smile. Actually, she was talking about that today too. She was like kind of like mumbling to me. She's like, you know, this entire process made me realize how much I smile and I miss my smile. I'm like, same. I miss you smiling. I feel like smiling is her identity. Shong, thank you so much for subscribing 30 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. Jangle, thank you so much for subscribing to their Twitch Prime. Welcome to the Star Prison. Thanks for being my Starling. Thank you. Not Silver, thank you so much for 4 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. Good luck at work. Good luck at work, everyone. Good morning. For those of you guys who are waking up and going to work, good morning. JSTY, thank you so much for subscribing 11 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. I think I can play the phone game thing stream and that's happening in a couple days. I think I can, but I'm not too sure yet. This is great streaming hours for people in Australia. Really? I'm glad. I'm glad. Actually, while we were in quarantine, I was playing a lot of Don't Starve Together with Mindy and Mindy's friends. And for some reason, Mindy has a lot of friends in Australia. And so I was playing Don't Starve Together with her and her Australian friends during my quarantine. So that was fun. We were just playing Don't Starve together. Aw, Comfy. You're Australian too. Spacer, thank you so much for subscribing 8 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Right now in Korea it's 9:04 p.m. So I was probably gonna get ready for bed. Honestly, I'm streaming a lot longer than I thought I was gonna. I thought I was just gonna stream for like 10 minutes and hop off, but I realized it's kind of hard to just hop off because people have like a lot of questions and I haven't really checked in on people. I haven't streamed in a while. A lot of things. Sammy, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Blue Hachi, thank you so much for the 9 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Linky, thank you so much for subscribing 2 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. It's better time than usual. I'm glad I could like meet some people's hours. It's your first time watching my stream. Hi, Linny. Yeah, I feel like I'm getting a lot of people in my stream right now who normally watch like my other friends, but because all my friends are offline, they're like, well, gotta go somewhere. Gotta have something to watch. Oh, look, there's this one person who's randomly on at this hour that nobody's online at. So yeah, I feel like that's where people are kind of coming from. But hello. That's fine. Whatever your reasoning. I appreciate everyone and anyone that stopped by. You get a hello from me. Bali, thank you so much for subscribing 11 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna try my best to stream Monster Hunter Rise, actually. I brought my capture card and I brought my Switch and everything, so I have to like set that up and see if it works. Pulse, thank you so much for subscribing with your Twitch Prime 3 months in a row. Welcome back, thank you. Elderd, thank you so much for subscribing 5 months in a row with a tier 3 sub. Welcome back and thank you. Sorry, I just want to see how loud I am. Ice Holy, thank you so much for subscribing 5 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. Delta, thank you so much for subscribing to Twitch Prime. Welcome to the Star Persimmon. Thank you. Can you guys hear me when I talk like that? Huh? Are you sure?
Yeah, I can fall asleep to your voice.
Okay. Could you guys hear Jamie? Okay. Okay, for those of you guys who think Jamie sounds different, it's because she's got something in her mouth, like a, I think, well, she called it a wafer. I don't really know what it looks like, but she has something in her mouth, so she can only talk like this. That's why she sounds really different, because she's really talking like this. But yeah. Well, she called it a wafer. I don't really know what it is. It's like a thing in her mouth. We're taking it out later this week. Next week, though. I have to like take her to the hospital again. Saya, thank you so much for subscribing 11 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. No, it's not like a cookie. I know wafers are cookies, but it's not a cookie. It's like a, just think of it as like a mouth guard. I think she's got like a mouth guard thing in her mouth. I cannot see it, and she can't open her mouth, so I don't know what it looks like. Grant, thank you so much for subscribing 7 months in a row. Welcome back, thank you. Yeah, I actually kind of miss Valorant. I was so burned out of Valorant after Twitch Rivals that I just couldn't even like look at the game. But recently, I've been like missing the game and like wanting to play again. So there's that. Bodismon, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back, thank you. I miss League too. I just haven't played games much while I've been in Korea, other than Maple Royals. But other than that, I haven't played much games. So yeah, hopefully I am not terrible at any of the things. I didn't really watch much of the OTV tournament, but I did see that everyone had fun. Thunder, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Okay, I wasn't saying that because it applied to everyone, okay? I was just saying that for the people who it did apply to. Sorry, my bangs were bothering me. Kemp, thank you so much for gifting 2 subs. Thank you, I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. I've played League in Korea briefly before. There was a game I had where I literally spoon-fed my AD carry so many kills and just like us doing well, and it just could not translate to the rest of the game. And I was like well, it's not that different, I guess. But I've only played like a couple games. That game was a jungle difference. Raw, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. Oh, Kim, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Did I thank you for the tier 2? Thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. I haven't even seen the new Valorant map. I didn't even know Valorant was coming out with a new map. Aww. Thanks, guys. I missed you guys too. Really. Personally, I didn't think anybody would really miss me much. So it's nice to see that people missed me. You love my rings? Thanks. So I got this one recently. This ring. The one on my thumb. I got this one recently. The ring on my index finger used to be the ring on my thumb, but then I moved my thumb ring to my index finger and then got a new thumb ring. So there's that. I also got a new bracelet. It's got like oh my god, it's so bright. It's got like a little bear on it. You don't even watch me that often and you miss me. That's cute. Thanks. That's really nice. Korean jewelry is really cool, and they're all really cheap too. Oh no, it was pretty cheap. I feel like accessories in Korea are kind of cheap because there's just so many that if you make it too expensive, I think people won't buy it. But yeah. I haven't shopped that much. I would like to be shopping more, but I haven't found much opportunity to go shopping. I did shop a little today. Crazy man, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the Star Prism. Thanks for being my starling. Thank you. This chair that you guys see me sitting on was so painful to build. It made me miss IKEA. I was struggling to build this chair, but I built it. I wish I filmed myself at building it. It was difficult. I don't usually struggle with building furniture. Ever. Like ever. Like I can build almost everything without even looking at the instructions. I don't know if that's a flex, maybe it's not. But anyway, I'm really good at building things. But this chair was just like difficult. It wasn't like because the instructions were hard or the parts were hard. It wasn't like it was like building a Gundam. It was just like required more strength than I had. That was all. No, I'm really good at building furniture. I really am. I just don't have the strength to build stuff sometimes. I haven't had bangs in a while, and so if you see me like messing around with my bangs a lot, just ignore me. And I thought about it because she was like, wow, it's been a while since you've last cut your hair, huh? And I'm like, obviously a hairdresser can tell. And I was like, oh yeah, it has. And then I couldn't really remember the last time I cut my hair. I think the last time I cut my hair was when I bleached it and Arya cut it. You remember when Arya like posted a picture of like my hair that she chopped off like this much? I think that was like the last time I cut my hair. I haven't really had my hair cut in a while. But yeah, it felt nice getting a haircut, guys. I haven't gotten like a haircut like practically all of quarantine. I really don't remember. Maybe I have gotten a haircut. I don't remember getting a haircut during quarantine at all. Jam Pack, thank you so much for subscribing 4 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Thanks. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. 제이미 누나가 입을 열 수 없어서 어떻게 먹어요? 종이컵. 종이컵에다가 음료수 따라서 이렇게 마셔요. (10 years) Is your hair to your hips? Tedok, thank you so much for subscribing for an entire year. Happy 1 year, thank you. Erilyn, thank you so much for subscribing 16 months in a row with the tier 2 sub, thank you. What's the best food in Korea? Meat. Sorry if I offended any vegans or vegetarians or pescatarians, but their meat is so good. Dude, Jamie and I, before Jamie's surgery, we made sure that Jamie could eat everything she wants to eat before she goes in surgery, because she can't eat like solid food for a while. And so we went around eating whatever she wanted to eat, and the first thing on Jamie's list was pork belly. And so we went and we ate some pork belly and pork jowl, and it was so good. It was so good. Yeah, the Hanu here is really good too. Beef here is really good. But yeah, meat in Korea is just so good. I think they just like... Okay, I don't want to be saying stuff that's not true. But... like, I just think they treat the animals here differently or something. The meat here is really good. Like, I'm like, I eat this meat and I'm like, dang, this cow had a good life. I feel bad saying that. Okay, I'm not gonna say this anymore. I'm gonna trigger so many vegetarians and vegans. I'm not gonna say that anymore. How do I... There we go. No, I feel bad saying that, but I promise you the meat here is different. Just like how the eggs are different and stuff. Milk here tastes better too. I don't know if you guys have had milk in Asian countries. Milk in... Okay, I say Asian countries, but I've only had milk in Japan and Korea. The milk in Japan and Korea is so good. It's like so good. It's different. It's different than milk in the States. I don't know how to describe it. The milk in Korea and Japan is really good. Fruits are also better in Japan and Korea. I can't say Asian countries because I haven't really been to all Asian countries. So Japan and Korea. The fruit's really good too. Fruit tastes different. Milk tastes different. Brutal, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back, thank you. That apple had a good life. I don't know about apples, but strawberries here definitely had a good life. Same with grapes. Grapes here had a good life. Yeah, fruits are expensive here. Fruits are way more expensive here than the US. The egg yolk is not that orange, but I guess it's more orange than it is yellow. I don't know. I've never really like looked at the color too much. actually just drank banana milk. I went to the convenience store earlier because Jamie was craving juices, so I stopped by the convenience store and got her a bunch of like yogurt drinks and stuff, and I got myself a banana milk. It was yummy. Thanks for liking my hair. No, I didn't meet Blackpink. How can I meet Blackpink? There's no way. No. No, I haven't met anyone here. It's just been the only people I've met. My aunt. She's my celebrity. I met my aunt, my grandparents. I stopped by my grandparents' place really quick, and I met my dog, my dog that's staying with my grandparents. I saw my dog. I don't know if you guys have your house pet. I don't know how to describe it. Have you like left your pet with like someone else, like your parents or your grandparents? So my dog is with my grandparents, and so I visit every time I come to Korea and I see her, but I haven't seen her in quite a while, and she's like aged, and it kind of like broke my heart. She was like hobbling over, and I just like get flashbacks from when she was a puppy, and it makes me so sad. But she was so happy to see me. Like she was like crying. She was crying, and she was so happy to see me. I was like tearing up. I was like, oh my gosh, she's so happy to see me. And then when I was leaving, because I'm not staying at my grandparents, oh my god, when I was leaving, she was like sobbing tears. And I was like, oh my god, I can't. Oh my god. She was like crying, like legitimate tears just down her face. And I had to like wipe her tears away and be like, it's okay, baby. I'm coming back. I'll like come back. I'm coming back. But she was just so sad and it broke my heart. But yeah. So I have to go back and see my dog again because, oh my god, it just made me so sad. We were running really short on time that day because we had to stop by the hospital again for Jamie. And so I was like in a rush. Brutal, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you, Steven. Thank you so much for subscribing 31 months in a row. Welcome back. And thank you, Kudar. Thank you so much for subscribing 22 months with the tier 2 sub. Thank you, Jessa. Thank you so much for 19 months in a row. Welcome back. And thank you, Adoran. Thank you so much for subscribing 7 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. I haven't met anyone other than that. Well, Jamie and I met up with Mindy, and Mindy's come over to our Airbnb quite a bit. So yeah, that's about it for the people we've met. J-Hop, thank you so much for subscribing 5 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Tomorrow I plan on meeting like my college friends in Korea, and so there's that. But yeah, I haven't really done much other than that. Thanks, Kian. Is it Kian? Kian? Kikian? Kiki? Should I call you Kiki? Kian? Kian? What did I take in college? Oh, like my major? I majored in communications and minored in business. I've been trying to vlog, but my vlog is really bad. I try to like... Keiki? Okay, I'll call you Keiki. I say Keiki all the time. I like Keiki. I try to like vlog as often as I can, but I end up never doing so and I always forget. So there's that. Hi, Josh! I like barely recognize your name. I'm probably going back to Japan as soon as I can. I go to Japan every year until COVID happened. And so I haven't been to Japan since. But usually I go every year. Yeah, I think they've closed off borders for now. I know a lot of countries still have their borders closed. 99.9% of my vlog is me without makeup on and talking randomly, or food that I'm about to eat. That's like my vlog. That's about it. I haven't been able to catch like any good moment. It's just like I'm just so used to not vlogging. So like all my moments are just off the camera. You're finally silver in League? I wasn't. What do you mean? You could watch my stream before. I didn't say anything where if you're not silver, you can't watch my stream. You can't miss a moment if you're streaming 24/7. True. Sometimes I'm just like, why don't I stream 24/7? And then I'm like, oh, some privacy. There's like a lot of things I'm not that private about though. But yeah, privacy. It's really unhealthy. It's true. Streaming is weird where I feel like long hours are very like I like keep touching my mic and I don't want to mess with the gain too much, but I need to stop. What was I saying? Streaming long hours is really rewarded in long hours of streaming are met with long hours of streaming is well rewarded. However, do I think that's healthy for the streamer? No. Leon, thank you so much for subscribing 4 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. I've never, because I had, like, I remember who I was before streaming. Okay, I'm still responsible, okay? I'm still extremely responsible. In the 4th grade, I won an award in my class for being the most responsible student. Anyway, I'm still extremely responsible. But in college, I was way more responsible. Okay, not like, okay, during college and after college, I was very, very, very responsible. I'm not gonna lie, after I started streaming, I'm still responsible, but I've let a lot of my responsibilities like slide. Streaming is a lot more consuming than most people think it is. Because you're just on demand for hours. Most work you can like do, take a break, return. Or you could even like do work, alt tab, open something, take a break, resume. But streaming, a lot of streaming, I kind of take the more lax approach, I'm not gonna lie. But like most people, you see them, you see everything they're doing. They're like here in the moment with you. If they're in the moment with you, they're not able to do anything else. You have to realize that. So like that's a lot of daily responsibility stuff that they don't get to do. And things just tend to pile up and stack up. It's hard for people to get to. But yeah. I'm using a rental computer to stream right now. Viet, thank you so much for subscribing 8 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Thanks. I got my hair cut today. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people forget what they're doing because streaming is so demanding. Or mentally demanding, not physically demanding, but mentally demanding, for sure. I guess it could be physically demanding, depending on what type of streamer you are. How do I feel about missing the Valorant tournament? I don't really feel anything. I mean, I'm just happy that my friends have fun. That's about it. I don't really mind. Just happy they have fun. I guess if you're wondering if I was like sad about it or anything, no. I'm not sad about it. I do miss my roommates. I miss my roommates a lot. Sorry if the answer to that question was a little abrasive. I don't know if I sounded abrasive. I didn't mean to. Ooh, dude, honestly, I probably would have been on that team, I think. But then they'd have to like reorganize. Honestly, to be honest, I really don't mind not having played in the tournament because that gave somebody else an opportunity to play. So, I really don't mind. I feel like I had like a really loud era. Catcher and Pop, thank you so much for subscribing 4 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. I had a really like loud era of Valorant where I got to showcase a lot of my abilities in Valorant to everyone. So like, not to toot my own horn, but like most people know in chat that I'm good at Valorant. Okay, I made such an ugly face. But anyway, most people know. So, for me, it's kind of like another opportunity. Cool. But do I want other people to have that opportunity? Yes. So, for me, it's kind of like I really don't mind not being in something because I don't know, other people get to shine. Pretty cool. You miss my Twitter clips? Dude, I miss my Twitter clips. So most people, okay, not most people, but some people like to like watch themselves, because some people come up with like really cool jokes, really funny moments. I'm allergic to myself. I hate looking at myself, so I never watch myself. Anything that involves me, I like refuse to watch. I don't want to see my own face. I can't stand looking at it. Dude, I don't like looking in a mirror that much either, but I will. I've been looking, you know, okay, this is my theory, not to digress, this is my theory. I think people who grew up avoidant of the mirror have grown to become pretty insecure about their looks. I'm extremely insecure about my looks. I grew up never looking at the mirror, ever, 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 ever. I never looked at the mirror growing up. But I think if you like really grew up looking at the mirror, you kind of get used to your own face. You get used to what you look like when you smile. You get used to what you look like when you do poses, whatever. You get like used to it. But I never grew up looking at myself. I grew up staring at the computer and like playing games. I literally just played games. I looked at the monitor and the TV screen more than I ever looked in the mirror growing up. I didn't even like look at what I looked like. I'd wear the same like 4 t-shirts in elementary school and basketball shorts and go to school like that. And in middle school, it was pretty much the same thing. It was sweatpants and t-shirts. And then in high school, it was sweatpants and t-shirts. So I never really looked at myself, and I never really looked at my face. I started getting into makeup a little bit in high school-ish, like 8th grade-ish, but even then I didn't really do that good of a job. I got into like aesthetics more in college of my freshman year, where that was kind of when like people were like, or like I had backwards freshman 15 in college. I lost 15 pounds in college. I gained a lot of stress weight in high school, and I lost it all in college. Not naturally, mind you. I worked out every day. Cut out juice in my life because I used to drink orange juice like water. Cut out juice, and I like controlled my portions. Anyway, so I lost 15 pounds in college. And then I started getting more into like my looks then and like focusing on it. And like, guys were kind of showing me interest too, which wasn't really a thing in high school for me. So they were like showing interest for me in like college, and I was like, you're crazy, because guys have never been interested in me for 18 years of my life, so why are they being interested in me now? So it's really weird. College was really weird. It was me getting used to that, and like me starting to get into like looks and stuff. Anyway, that was a weird experience. But where are we going with this? Oh, I'm really insecure about my looks. Yes, because I think my theory is because I just grew up never really looking at the mirror. And I also grew up never really being told that I was attractive. And so because of that, I just like grew up not really being into my looks or like aware of my looks or whatever. Anyway, so I graduate college. I'm like 22, right? And then my well, I don't want to say my job, but I am very involved on social media. And then I've come to realize there's a lot of looks involved when it comes to social media. It's not all looks, but there's a lot about looks involved. And then there's a lot about social media that makes you feel insecure. And I'm even more insecure because I've never really grown to fill out that side of me growing up. And yeah. Anyway, I digressed and I brought up like 30 different points. But I'm just saying, I think I'm insecure about my looks because I've never really grew up really used to knowing what I look like or focusing on trying to look good. But if you like put a lot of practice into that and you got used to it, then you're very comfortable. You got really comfortable. It's like everything is a practice if you think about it. If you practiced like looking good in front of a mirror or feeling good in your own skin, then you would grow up with less insecurities because you're very well practiced in your own body and you're comfortable with it. But if you grew really avoidant of looking at yourself in the mirror or practicing what you look like in general and not being really aware, then you're probably more insecure now because you don't really know what you look like. And the lack of familiarity is what's kind of making you feel uncomfortable. And that's why every picture that gets taken, you're like, wait, I look like that? Because that's not like the you that you are used to or you even know. Sorry, I'm rambling. Uncle, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Silver Sprite, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back as well. Sergeant Hope, thank you so much for subscribing 6 months in a row. Moteman, thank you so much for 9 months in a row. Epic, thank you so much for subscribing 2 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Silver Sprite, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. My ability to talk has hindered a lot ever since I got my Invisalign stuff in. So yeah. Okay, well, now that you realize why you're insecure, now you can combat it slowly but surely. Insecurity is weird because, well, I say weird, but I don't mean it's like weird. It's common. I'm very insecure. Don't even sweat it. I'm really insecure. Even if you think I shouldn't be, I am, okay? But I am really insecure. Of course I am. I grew up with a certain mentality for 20 years of my life. honestly 4 years of my life, maybe even, I grew up with a certain mentality, and you're gonna expect me to change the mentality I grew up with in like 2 years without even knowing how to? No. That's so hard. It's so hard. It's so hard. But anyway, the day I figure out how to solve okay, there's like two things in my life that I really want to figure out. Is one, how to combat insecurity. Like a legitimate way that can like guide people to get rid of their insecurities. That's one thing I want to learn how to do. Second thing I want to learn how to do is like, have you ever had like a moment in your life where like a something just like changed you to do more and be better? I remember one thing that made me a more proactive person over being a passive person was when I talked to my aunt and my uncle a couple years back. I was a sophomore year in college, I think, or junior year. We had like a talk about excuse me, Stardust, thank you so much for 4 months in a row. K-River, thank you so much for for a year. Happy 1 year. Lazy Project, thank you so much for 7 months. Noobling, thank you so much for 25 months. Weird Slice of Bread, thank you so much for your Twitch Prime. Welcome to the Star Person. Thanks for being me started. Thank you. We had a talk. We were first talking about the education system in the US and how terrible it is. And then we started talking about, my aunt started talking to me about this TED Talk that she really liked. This TED Talk about the word grit, Grit. And I really liked what she talked about it. And I watched the TED Talk later, but when we were talking, she started talking to me about being proactive. She started talking to me about it, and then I think my uncle dove more into it. He said a lot of people are passive learners. People tend to be just like passive people in life. You go with the flow. You just let things happen to you. And you never really stake your claim in it. You never really like think about what you can do in the situation and try to do it yourself. You just let things happen to you. Oh, it's echo again? I don't know why it does that. Is it better? Hello, hello, hello. I realize I have to talk for you guys to know if it's fixed or not. Hello. Can you guys hear me? Is it saved? It's better? Okay, cool. I was like waiting for you guys to be like, it's okay. But then I was dead silent and I was like, oh wait, it's an audio issue. I should probably talk. This is my issue. I talk and I forget what I'm talking about. Oh, my uncle, passive, proactive. Yeah. You were just like talking about what it means to be passive and proactive. And I kind of thought about it, and I was like, I'm not that proactive of a person. I kind of like just let things happen. And I don't really try to be that proactive. If I like naturally learn something, cool. I've like naturally learned something. If I've but I realized if you try to be a bit more proactive in life, things change a lot faster and you progress a lot faster as a person. You figure it out more. You make more mistakes sometimes, but you also learn more from your mistakes. Being proactive versus being passive. Okay, sorry. This is the only way I can describe it. I hope you guys play League. So in League of Legends, if you're a passive player, what do? You just like kind of like, yeah, you farm lane You can like smack the opponent here and there. If a team fight happens, you, I don't know, partake in the team fight. But if you're a proactive player, you would try to learn wave management. You would try to take more aggressive trades, even though you might get punished for those aggressive trades. You might engage the team fight. You might be the one to start the team fight. But that's how you learn. If you let everyone else take initiative for you, you'll never learn how to take action on your own. And that's kind of when I realized, oh my god, I have to be proactive about everything in my life. And ever since then, I've been extremely proactive in my life, in everything I do. It is really scary. It's super scary. You're gonna make 1,000 more mistakes, but that's how you learn. And honestly, I wish I was more proactive in elementary school and middle school and high school. But the longer you say it's too late for me to try, the later it's gonna get, you know? So like, sure, I do regret not being really proactive in like elementary school, but I was shy in elementary school. There was no way I could be that proactive. But there's a lot of things you can do in your life now that are in your control that you can be proactive about. Anyway, yeah. I don't know how I got to this subject. But yeah. Nako, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Yeah, there is no point regretting the past. There's plenty of stuff people regret from doing in their past, but yeah. You just gotta keep moving forward. Noted Diamond Nexus turrets. I mean, let's just see what you can get away with. Dude, are you really gonna let the enemy counter jungle you? Are you really gonna let them take your blue buff like that? And you're not gonna try to take their red buff while they're taking your blue buff? No, you take that red buff knowing that he's at your blue buff. You gotta split the map, otherwise you're gonna lose an entire quadrant of your jungle and you're only gonna be able to farm one quadrant. You gotta split the map on your own so you get 2 quadrants and he gets 2 quadrants. But yeah, give or take. Spike, thank you so much for subscribing 23 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. Thanks. Thickest Biscuit, thank you so much for subscribing 10 months in a row. Welcome back, thank you. Sorry, all my references are definitely gonna be using games, just because games are really easy to reference. Dude, I wish... Okay, here's one thing that I wish I was more proactive about. I wish I wasn't so lazy, and I wish I could just like get myself to make a TikTok. Dude, I have so many like league analogies, just gaming analogies. I make all my analogies with gaming in my head, but I'm so lazy. Dude, TikTok is so much work, but TikTok is like, dude, TikTok is huge. Anyway, I'm so lazy for TikTok, but I wish I was good at it or like willing to do it, because TikTok is good for people who want to like get more exposure, I've come to realize. But yeah, but I'm so lazy, sadly. I wish I wasn't. Taeyeon, thank you so much for subscribing 15 months in a row. Welcome back, thank you. Games and movies, yeah. Like I said, games are my language. It's easiest for me to like reference things using video games. Ow. What do I think about Genshin? I haven't played Genshin since I got Diluc, so it's been quite a while, but I don't know, is Genshin still popular? I actually have no idea. Sorry if me touching my hair bothers you. I'm really not used to having bangs. Your late game scaling is great. Don't even worry about it. You still play it? Well, do you play it on your mobile? I figure a lot of people probably still play it, but they play it on their mobile. It's like a mobile game, right? I don't know if the app is doing well, to be honest, with Kippo. I see them like say that, or I see them like pop up in like these articles here and there, but I actually don't know how Kippo is doing. But I am still on the team, though I don't like do much direct work with them. PC Genshin is superior. I mean, yeah, I played it on PC. I really liked it. Apex is coming out for mobile? Really? How is that gonna work? Hi. I don't really know anything about No Man's Sky. The only thing I know about No Man's Sky is the game had a massive fail when it launched. That's the only thing I know about No Man's Sky. I'm supposed to play It Takes Two with Janet. I don't know if the computer can handle that game, but I hope it can. So we have to do that. Okay, so I was playing a bit of Monster Hunter Rise on my flight, and then I started to feel really guilty because I said I'd play most of it on stream, so I stopped playing. But I really wanted to play, so just know I did that for you guys. To be honest, I don't really know what my plans are after the lease is up. All I know is that I gotta go look for apartments. So there's that. Fugu, thank you so much for subscribing 4 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Yeah, dude. Okay, any other game I play, I can play like guilt-free off stream. Monster Hunter, I could not play guilt-free off stream. I just can't. I feel so guilty playing that game off stream just because of how much people would want to see. I think people would watch my Monster Hunter gameplay, no mic, no cam, like no mic, no nothing. They literally just watch me play, even AFK in the middle of an expedition. They just have it up because they're craving watching someone play Monster Hunter that bad. So I feel immense amounts of guilt when I play Monster Hunter and it's not on stream. Monster Hunter probably has one of the strongest communities I've ever seen for a video game. And like the most passionate people. I've abducted half of their community. Every time I play, I think I get like every time I play Monster Hunter, I like abduct at least 10 viewers and they just become my forever viewers. And then they're like, so when's the next time she's playing Monster Hunter? And everyone's chat's like, he doesn't know, Kek. I also abduct people from Slay the Spire. Those are the two games where I play and I grab people and they just like sit here and wait for the next time I ever stream either of those games. I do like Ailey, the singer. I haven't listened to her music in a long time though, but I liked her before. She's extremely talented. Can confirm has been abducted. Yeah. I tend to kidnap a couple people from Monster Hunter and Slay the Spire, and then they just stay. They just stay. Even though I haven't streamed the game in like months, they just stay. I streamed Smash once. I don't know if I grabbed any viewers from that. I know it made one of my viewers really happy, someone in my community really happy, and they always ask when the next time I stream Smash will be, but I've literally streamed it once. Just once. Yeah, Andy will forever wait for the day that I stream Smash again. But I only streamed it once. So what makes him so hopeful? You know, that goes to show he is a very hopeful person. So I played it for like 30 minutes on stream. Okay, maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours. And that was about it. Like, at least I understand the Monster Hunter people and the Slay the Spire people. I actually like play those games once a blue moon. But we've got Andy who wants me to play Smash, and I've only played Smash once. I played Ultimate. I think I played Ultimate. The one on the Switch is Ultimate, right? And then there's Casey who wants me to play FIFA, which is a game I've never even played. But I have the game because he gave me the game. So I have to play that too. Analog Man, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the Star Prison. Thanks for being my starling. Thank you. Tosh, thank you so much for subscribing 4 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. Oh, I'm glad. You guys can thank my editor for all the YouTube videos, because I stream and then honestly I stream and then I never expect to see any of the videos ever again, but my editor saves my YouTube video, or saves my videos from just disappearing into thin air, and then he turns them into actual videos. So you guys can thank my editor for that. Yeah, Lucky is goated for sure. Yeah, FIFA. One of my subs, dude, I just remember everything. I was playing Slay the Spire. It was Casey's first time checking out the game. He was just like a viewer. It was his first time seeing the game. He was really like fascinated by it. He went to go poop. Somebody gifted subs in chat. He came back from his poop and he got gifted a sub. And then he got so hyped about it. He started gifting subs like crazy. Because he's like, that's so cool. I went to go poop. And I came back and somebody gifted me a sub. And he got so hyped about it. He started gifting subs like crazy. And then I don't know where the conversation went later, but we started talking about like girls who play FIFA, because he really likes FIFA and he wants to meet a girl who plays FIFA. And I was like, I'll be the wingman. I'll play FIFA as a girl, and then surely there will be girls who play FIFA who come to my chat, and then he can meet a girl who plays FIFA in my chat. And so he got so hyped on that idea, he bought me FIFA. And I got FIFA, a hard copy, from a viewer I met at TwitchCon. And so I have a hard copy of FIFA for my PS4 that I'm supposed to play. And he's still waiting. And that was a year ago. 2 years ago. That was 2 years ago. So there's that. But he's still waiting. I kind of scamozzed him. Now I have a copy of FIFA that I haven't even opened, that I have to play. Eventually I'll play it. Just eventually. Celestial Glue, thank you so much for subscribing 5 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Shin, thank you so much for subscribing with your Twitch Prime. Welcome to Star Prison. Thanks for being my starling. Utopia, thank you so much for 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Side Magic, thank you so much for subscribing 4 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Philhan, thank you so much for subscribing 11 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. Grease Chimp, thank you so much for subscribing for an entire year. Happy 1 year. Thank you. I have no idea. Is he doing does he plan on doing cooking streams? That's pretty cool. Danny's actually really into food, but you guys already know that. Sammy, thank you so much for gifting us up to stalking people on Twitch. That's a strange name, but thank you. FIFA broke your mental? Is it a tilting game? Don't you just like micromanage players and play the game? FIFA is life-threatening. Beta, thank you so much for subscribing 24 months in a row. Happy 2 years. Happy 2 years, Beta. Vale, thank you so much for 200 bits. Tosh, thank you so freaking much for gifting 20 subs. Holy moly. Holy. Thank you so much for gifting 20 subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you. If you got gifted a sub from Tosh, make sure to add them and thank them. It's tilting? I'm surprised the game is tilting. It's like saying, okay, fine, true. That was a very ignorant statement from me. You're right. I can see where FIFA can be tilting. Yup. Promise, thank you so much for subscribing 2 months in a row. Welcome back, thank you. I did hear it's pay to win. I have heard that, actually. Like real life soccer people take it to heart. Oh. Felix, thank you so much for gifting 15 subs. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the warm welcome back. Like I said, I was only going to stream like 10 minutes and it became 2 hours. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Archie, thank you so much for subscribing 2 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. Kiki Creepin, thank you so much for subscribing 15 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. Atku, thank you so much for subscribing 4 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. Monkey, thank you so much for 4 months in a row. Welcome back, thank you. Terry, thank you so much for subscribing 4 months in a row. Welcome back, thank you. Oh, when people say they miss me, I'm not gonna lie, it makes me happy. I don't know. There's just like so many other people, you know? But when you miss someone, or like when you, well, I hope you guys aren't just saying that. When you like miss someone, it means that person is like ever so slightly different, that you miss them in particular. And that space that, or that, yeah, the space you fill can't be filled by other people. So it makes me feel special. So when people tell me they miss me, I feel really good inside. Yeah. Base Talk, thank you so much for your Twitch Prime. Welcome to the Star Prison. Thanks for being my starling. Nuri, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. I really appreciate it. If you got gifted a sub from Nuri, make sure to add them and thank them. Terry, thank you so much for subscribing 4 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Monkey, thank you so much for subscribing 4 months in a row as well. Welcome back. Thank you. But yeah, so when people tell me they miss me, I'm like, that's so sweet. Because, yeah, it means I'm special to them. At least a little bit. Maybe not like a lot, but at least a little bit. Newborn, thank you so much for subscribing 2 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Base Dog, thank you so much for subscribing to their Twitch Prime. Welcome to the Star Prison. Thanks for being my starling. That one lighting, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the Star Prison. Thanks for being my starling. Thank you. Oh, so okay, not to digress, but so okay, clearly I watch too much TikTok. It's fine. It's a bad addiction. So I was watching TikTok And there's like two trends on TikTok where right now, recently, it's been that like inverted filter where it like flips you. It like flips you. And so it makes it very obvious where you're asymmetrical. By the way, TikTok has made me realize that most of the world is... Okay, no, this is... Okay, I don't want to say most of the world. Most English speaking... I'm going to say most of the US because I don't want to involve the other countries. I realize most of the US isn't that smart because the number of people I see that say unsymmetrical drive me crazy. This is why I said I don't want to involve the other countries. I don't know. The most of the people in the US. And like the fact that they can't say like asymmetrical or like just like spelling. Spelling that's clearly not a typo. And it makes me realize, what is the point of me catering to people who I would probably, like, you know when you like read an internet comment and it like offends you because people can be mean on the internet, but then I have to realize some of the people who say the mean stuff on the internet have an IQ lower than a chicken, and I really shouldn't take offense to what they say, because if they were to tell me something in person, I probably wouldn't give two crap about what they have to say. But because I give everyone on the internet fair ground, I take everything really face value. Okay, Ace Makes Beats, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Pest Man, thank you, holy crap, for the 100 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 100 gifted subs. Oh my god, thank you. Thanks, I really appreciate it. If you got gifted a sub from Pestman, make sure to add them and thank them. Thank you so much for the 100 gifted subs, I really appreciate it. Sukihiro, thank you so much for subscribing 5 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. I do have a great community. You're right. Thank you. But thank you again for the 100 gifted subs. Thank you. I really appreciate that. But yeah, okay, also, not to insult people, for those of you guys who are like still learning or English isn't your first language, okay, I don't mean to target those people, okay? But like, I'm just saying, I'm learning that I give everyone on the internet fair ground. But it's kind of like, okay, you know, I'm not saying all bronze players are bronze brained, okay? But there are bronze brained people who will write certain things, and I can clearly tell that they don't understand or can see the gameplay at like a higher level gameplay, and I like take their words and I'm like put it at the value of a Radiant player, and I'm like, why do I do that? They're like bronze brained for a reason. If you're in bronze and you can look at a good play and recognize why that play is good, you're not bronze brained, okay? Just know that in my standards, you are not bronze if you're able to detect a good play. Because there's a lot that you recognize if you're able to see a good play. I'm just saying. But yeah, okay, I do this all the time. I'm sorry. one day I'll figure out how to say something without dragging another group of people down. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't mean to insult bronze players or bronze brained people. I'm just saying that it's just like the only way I can describe the situation. You guys are great. There's nothing wrong with being bronze. Absolutely nothing. I just have very limited vocabulary and limited ability to use words properly. And I just can't seem to find a way to say what I want without dragging bronze players down. You guys are my scapegoat. Just know you guys are, what's the phrase? Doing me big, doing me a favor. How do I say that in like a more modern way? Doing me a favor. Mr. Domino, thank you so much for subscribing 20 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Jamingi, thank you so much for subscribing. Giving me a solid? Doing me a solid? Oh, okay, that's what I meant. Jamingi, thank you so much for 9 months in a row. Dashoop, thank you so much for 8 months in a row. Grant, thank you so much for 14 months in a row with a tier 3 sub. Thank you. Yeah, doing me a solid. Yeah, just know you guys are the real heroes for me. Okay, because you guys are allowing me to toss you under the bus to say what I have to say. You guys are strong. Very strong. Yeah, you're a hero. Okay. You guys are uplifting. And I promise I'll do that less. I just have to figure out a way to phrase what I have to phrase. Bobo, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thank you. But yeah, I don't even know how we got to this topic. I don't even know how we got here. But we got here. Oh, it was the IQ of a chicken of TikTok comments. Dude. Okay, so there's tiers. Okay. My Twitch, most of Twitch chat is, I really hope I don't ever regret saying this, is smart. Most of Twitch chat is smart. At least from what I see. Granted, I don't go into a lot of Twitch chats, okay? I only look at my Twitch chat and I look at my friends' Twitch chats, okay? From what I see, Twitch chat is mostly smart. And the dumb people get banned pretty fast. But like, most of Twitch chat is smart. Okay? Most. Mine and my friends. YouTube comments tend to have a variety. Some YouTube comments, I'm like, but then a lot of YouTube comments are thoughtful. TikTok comments, I'm horrified at some TikTok comments. TikTok comments are like, you're human? I was like, TikTok comments are like something else, dude. It's like somebody really wrote that with half a second of a thought. At least like YouTube comments, I feel like people put some sort of thought into it. TikTok comments are like, their thumbs wrote something before their brain could catch up what their thumbs were writing. Something like that. I've just like never seen. I don't know. Yeah, they're built different actually. Some TikTok comments are built different. Stinky, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. I comment on some TikToks here and there. Maybe you guys can see one of my comments. I'm just a commenter. I like to commentate about everything. So maybe you guys can see some of my TikTok comments on people's TikToks. But excuse me, I keep burping. Simon, thank you so much for subscribing 9 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Flying Plum, thank you so much for subscribing 13 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. But yeah, TikTok comments are quite interesting. Some of them. But yeah, I don't know how we got here, but we got here. I do like TikTok. I watch way too much TikTok. I didn't really watch the OTV tourney, no. I watched the first day a little bit more than I watched the second day. Because on the second day, I was telling myself I should stay off of like Twitter and Twitch. Because I don't think it was like good for my mentality to be on like Twitter or Twitch while like not being able to stream myself. And so I told myself I wouldn't get on it, so I didn't really watch on the second day. I didn't really like look at Twitter either. Yeah, in some sense it was like I was like afraid that I'd trigger like FOMO inside of me. Thanks. Nah, it's okay. I believe that they did well. I think sometimes I consume a lot of my time and my mental space with what other people are doing. Because I just like, I think I care about like not missing out on other people's lives a lot. In a sense where I want to be there for them. I want to be like happy for them and like celebrate every moment they want to celebrate. And I also want to be there for them for when they're down. But I realize if I spend that much time paying attention to other people, I never really pay that much attention or time to myself. I've kind of spent most of my life doing that, like not paying attention to myself. And so I'm like slowly realizing I need to pay more attention to myself. Instead of caring so much about being there for everyone else's like successes or celebratory moments, or even when they're sad, I need to care more about the moments I should celebrate for me, because if I don't celebrate my own moments, nobody will. And if I miss my own moments, I'm doing me dirty, you know? Like I've already like spent so much of my life not celebrating things I do. If I spend any more of my life not celebrating things I do, I might regret it later. I mean, I probably won't regret it, but like I won't regret it knowing me, but it's kind of like I should at least give myself that kind of thing. Jeshi, thank you so much for subscribing 26 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Impurity, thank you so much for subscribing 10 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. But yeah, I mean, same for you guys. I'm sure there's a lot of people, or a lot of you guys, who pay more attention to others than yourself and your own needs, but you guys should care about your needs too. I realized we went to the topic of TikTok because I wanted to talk about 2 filters, but we went somewhere else completely. I am bad. Thank you so much for subscribing 7 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Jeshi, thank you so much for 26 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Snorlax, thank you so much for 4 months in a row. Welcome back. Jungi, thank you so much for 12 months. Happy 1 year. Thank you. Messy Unicycle, thank you so much for subscribing 5 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Anyway, I was talking I brought up TikTok because there's these 2 filters on TikTok that's like really popular right now. One more particularly popular right now than before. And one of them is the inverted filter, where it tests your symmetry, right? Like it like shows you how symmetrical you are or how asymmetrical you are. And so I kind of wanted to try that, and Jamie was like, why would you ever want to try that? Why are you doing that to yourself? Why do you want to make yourself feel bad? She's like, you should do the other one, because there's the other one, which is like the long face one, where like it makes you have like a certain feature. It like stretches out your features in a certain way. And then apparently the effect of the long face one is like you stare at it for a while and then you take it off, and it's kind of like how people see you for the first time and not how you look at yourself. And Jamie kept being like, you should do that one. Why are you looking for ways to feel bad about yourself? You should do what makes you feel good about yourself. And she's like, do the other one. And she just kept she's just like, you know, like such a big cheerleader. She's just like, no, do what's good for you. Anyway, I ended up sneaking the inverted one. Jamie refused to let me do it, but I did it behind Jamie's back. I tried the inverted filter, and it made me realize, well, first it made me realize like where I'm asymmetrical. I'm obviously not very symmetrical, but anyway, it made me realize I do everything towards this face. I don't really use this side of my face. So I can smile this side really easily, but I can't smile on this side easily. I look so awkward. And I realized that. I was like, oh, I just like really don't use this side of my face. So I can smile on this side, but I can't smile on this side. And so I was like, wow, I really don't use this side of my face. And that's probably why I'm kind of asymmetrical. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. Jamie was like, stop doing things that only make you feel bad about yourself. And I was like, you're right. It did make me feel bad, so I don't recommend it. But yeah. Is my camera a mirror? No, it's the opposite. This is my left hand. I think back at home, I have this flipped. But here, I forgot to like flip it, so this is my left hand. So it's not a mirror for me. My hair reminds you of Chiaki. Yeah, I kind of felt that way too when I took the pictures for my Instagram or on Twitter. I realized, oh, this hairstyle kind of reminds you of Chiaki. Imagine being symmetrical. Can't be me. No, I'm right-handed. I'm right-handed. This is my right hand. That's why I have more rings on this finger, because I do a lot of things on this finger or this hand, and I can't really do anything if the rings are in the way. Why do I flip the camera? Well, I flip the camera at home, so it's easier for me to tell what's what. But here, I just like forgot to flip it. So I'm right-handed, but I'm left-footed. So I have my left foot forward when I snowboard, back. Which one is it? I don't remember, but I'm left-footed. I'm left foot dominant when I snowboard. I don't remember what is what. I just know my left foot is the dominant foot for when I snowboard. I don't remember what that means. I don't remember what that even feels like. I just remember that. I haven't gone snowboarding in a really long time, okay? Left foot is regular? I don't remember. Is that regular? No, I lead with my left foot. Oh, so I'm goofy. Does that mean my right foot is dominant? So I'm right-footed? Oh, left foot forward is regular. Okay, so I'm regular. I'm not goofy. Does that mean my right foot? I'm right-footed? Or left-footed? I don't know. Okay, never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about this. Maya Lucas, thank you so much for subscribing 8 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. I haven't gone snowboarding in a really long time, okay? I'm left-footed, okay. But that's regular, okay. I'm wrong-footed, okay. Truck driver, thank you so much for subscribing 4 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. I lead with my left foot and I turn with my right. You confusion is okay. I clearly haven't. Okay, so because Jamie is post-surgery recovery mode, I don't really have anyone to eat with, and I don't have really anyone to talk to. Because I can talk to Jamie, but I just feel bad making her talk. Because she's like mumbling most of the time, and she's very uncomfortable. And so I feel bad. I also feel bad eating in front of her, because she can't eat, but I end up eating in front of her too. Anyway, this is the longest I've gone talking. This is the longest I've talked in a while. And so I have a lot to say. And my brain's just like dumping all my thoughts. And my thoughts are a mess. And they're everywhere. I haven't had a conversation in a while. Or like this long of a conversation. Because, you know, like I'll talk here and there, and then we pause. But I've been talking for 2 hours and 37 minutes. So, I've been talking for quite a bit. Aquari, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Benshi, thank you so much for subscribing 4 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. But yeah, I'm happy to talk to you guys. Happy to be able to talk to you guys. Happy that you guys missed me. And yeah. Oh, so it's really cool. The floors, you can heat them. So I have them on max. Even though Jamie prefers the Tundra and loves blasting the AC. I like heated floors. It's very nice. Everywhere I walk, my feet are warm. But yeah. I was wondering, like in the middle of, like when I was quarantining at the hotel, 633 lives, thank you so much for subscribing 6 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. I was wondering, I wonder if people, like, maybe people miss me as like a person, but I wonder if people miss my gameplay in particular. The gameplay that involves me not talking. Like the way I move and the way I like navigate and the way I like play the game. And I mean that in like a no cam, no mic setting. I wonder if people like miss watching the way I play games. Because, you know, some people, I like to say that I have a very particular play style. I've been playing games since I was like 5 years old. I move different in game, okay? My real life body, I don't know how to move it. Barely. I barely move this thing. In game, I know how to move really well. Like really, really well in game. And so I like to say I've built my own playstyle in every game I play. Doesn't matter what game. And I wondered if people miss that particular playstyle. Like I was like, I wonder if people miss the way I play games. Like even the mistakes I make. And I mean that without my reaction, without my mic, or the camera or anything, just like the way I play games. And that's only something like a gamer would notice that I do, I think. I think most people wouldn't notice. A lot of people would probably only like notice the way I like talk or react. But the gamers really do notice like the way I move, interact, or play a game. And I wondered if people miss that. Like that in particular. But yeah, I don't know. I was just thinking about it. Cicely, thank you so much for subscribing 11 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Oh, really? Arya used my cheesy sage on the tournament? That's so cute. That's so cute. I'm tearing up. I don't know why, but that's so cute. She's been like practicing a lot, and it's really cute. Oh, you're learning Sage too because you watch my clips. That's so cute. When people say like they learn from me and the way I play games, or they like learn how to play better with like games from me, that fills my heart in like such a warm way. I was trying to think of an analogy, but speaking of analogies, dude, I had a really good one. So in the middle of quarantine, I was talking to someone, and I was talking to Jamie. I was like, who was I talking to? Obviously, it's Jamie. We had a power outage at our hotel. Only Jamie and I would experience a power outage at a hotel. Okay, we weren't together, by the way. They make you quarantine in separate rooms. So I was in my room. She was in her room alone. We didn't see each other for 2 weeks. We didn't see a single... Okay, we saw the quarantine people dressed head to toe in like these white hazmat beekeeper looking suit things. But anyway, our hotel had a power outage. Thanks, Matthew. Thank you so much for subscribing 9 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Our hotel had a power outage. Have you ever experienced a hotel having a power outage? No. Maybe like 1 or 2 people in chat, but no. That is just like not a common thing to experience. Okay, fine. It's more common than I thought, but okay, whatever. It's not something you normally experience. A power outage at a hotel. It's common in Asia. Oh. Okay, well, I stand corrected. Anyway, so Jamie and I experienced a power outage during our quarantine hotel, and she was sitting in anxiety because it's like kind of getting close to the evening where it gets dark, and she doesn't like the dark. And I was just kind of laying in bed being like, wow, I have no Wi-Fi, I have no data, I am literally so disconnected from the world. And I just sat there staring at the ceiling. I vlogged a little. That got me to vlog. Anyway, I just like sat there, and then I realized our phones still work for some reason. And so I called Jamie's room, and she picks up, and she's like, oh, thank God. And then we just start talking, and she was like, oh my God, you saved me. I was getting so anxious. I was like, yeah, I'm freaking smart. No, you just have to like pat yourself on the back for the little achievements in life, you know? So I was patting myself on the back for figuring out how to use the hotel phone. Anyway, I called her, and we were talking. And we're talking about like intensities, like matching someone's intensities. And I've always appreciated Jamie a lot in my life because she's been able to match my intensity about everything. So for example, if I'm like extremely sad about something, she's always been able to understand how sad I am and match that with like either equal like amount of like anger or like support or like whatever. She's always been able to match me emotionally, like at an emotional level. Yeah, it's like deep amounts of empathy, but the reason why I use like intensity is because like there are people who understand Like, for example, I can explain a situation to someone and they can understand it, but they don't truly like feel it from the inside. From like lack of experience, they've never gone through it themselves, so they don't understand like the intensity of the emotions that I'm feeling. So they're like, "Oh, I understand, but like I don't really like emotionally feel you, but I completely understand what you're saying." But Jamie's been always been able to match how intense I was feeling about anything. How happy something makes me, how sad something makes me, how angry something makes me. She's always been able to understand that. And I'm like, wow, that's like amazing, because like I think having a friend who matches you on that emotional level is actually like really important, because otherwise you just feel kind of like, am I the only one who feels this way? Or like, oh, is that really not that big of a deal? And you start to like, I don't know, dismiss your own feelings and the way you feel, and you start to like not legitimize or validate yourself, because you've been brushed off so many times about the way you feel. You start to feel like, oh, I'm either too extreme or I'm either too much of whatever, too much of something. But that's not true. Like, I think everyone feels a certain way because they've gone through that situation in a specific way that makes them feel that level of like emotional intensity. So for example, like my hair thing. So I cried about my hair because I came out looking like a Furby, okay? But that's not the only reason. I cried about it because I cared about my hair that much. Jamie and Mindy were able to understand that because they've gone through like hair trauma themselves. So they're able to understand like how miserable I was feeling, and like they just like understood the levels of like upsetness I was feeling. Like I was upset because I paid for a service that basically destroyed my hair. I also paid for a service, like a lot of money, that like I trusted to do well with my hair. There was like a lot of levels to it that I felt sad from. And they understood that. Whereas like when I brought it up to like my mom and my sister, their reaction was just like, okay, well, not my mom, but mostly my sister. She was like, hair is just hair. And I'm like, yes, it's true, but like you don't understand. And I realized she wouldn't understand unless she went through like hair problems, hair or traumatic hair problems herself. But I knew she understood me. She just didn't really understand like the intensity of how terrible I was feeling. But like it makes sense, right? And I like thought about it, and I've run into this situation before where I tried to explain something I'm feeling to someone who's like more logical. They care, but they're like a lot more logical, so they don't really understand how I feel so much emotion about something. Well, not that they're emotionless, but I tend to be more emotion filled or care more about a lot of things emotionally. And like when I bring that up to like someone who's like more logical about a lot of things and not emotionally tied to everything, they care enough to want to understand, but they aren't able to match the intensity. And I realized a lot of it has to do with also like presenting like language. Okay, so like the way I like framed it in my head was like, okay, imagine that I found this like this Japanese poem, okay, like this haiku or like whatever, just something literature, different language, a language that you don't know, but I happen to know the language. And I'm like, wow, this is so poetic, this is so impactful. Like, wow, this piece of literature or this poem in this different language is so, wow, like it's so thought-provoking. And then imagine if I present that to someone who doesn't know that language. They're kind of like, oh, they take my word for it that it's phenomenal, and it's like, this is like really, really great piece of literature, or this poem is powerful. But because they don't know the language, they don't really understand how each word like hit me a certain way that it doesn't hit them. And I realized that's kind of like what it is. Like, if they've never taken the time to study that language, they're not going to get it. But that's not saying that these people, or like people who don't get it right away, are incapable. If they were well versed in the language, and if they came to match your level of like knowledge of that language, they'd be able to respond to you in like a proper way, because they too now understand like the details and the depths that you understand this subject matter. But it's just that they have to study it themselves, but they've never tried studying it. And you can't force something that someone's never studied onto someone and expect them to get it, because they won't. They just won't. That's not how it works. They have to learn too. And then once they learn, they'll understand it. But yeah, I digress. But yeah, that was like my whole analogy with like understanding things on like an emotional level or intensity, something like that. Buddha, thank you so much for subscribing 5 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Yeah. Experience is a great teacher. I think that's why I'm able to like empathize a lot, because I've gone through some crap. I honestly think I've gone through, okay, obviously I'm not saying I've gone through worse than most people. There's a lot of people who've gone through worse than myself, but I think I have like higher levels of empathy because I have experienced like a lot of misfortune in a lot of different ways, or I've taken in knowledge of like other people's misfortune and I've treated it very seriously. And so I've really like learned from other people's misfortunes and my own misfortunes, and like I've like taken every experience really seriously and like to learn from it. And so I feel like I'm able to empathize more with others, because I'm also very like self-applicative. Is that a word? I apply myself a lot to other people's situations, like even in movies. And I kid you not, even in anime. Anime has made me a better person, and I'm not even exaggerating. But like I like apply myself a lot to a lot of things in like my life that present themselves to me, and I treat every situation very seriously. Maybe too seriously, but I treat it seriously, and I end up learning a lot from it on like an emotional level. Jokester, thank you so much for subscribing 7 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. And no, I am not crying. I saw a comment asking if I'm crying. I'm not crying. I am sniveling, but I'm not crying. And my eyes look kind of like reddish, but it's because lighting, and I think I've smudged a bit of my mascara and stuff. But yeah, I'm not crying. Don't worry. Jokester, thank you so much for gifting 10 subs. I really, really appreciate it. If you got gifted a sub from Jokester, make sure to add them and thank them. But yeah, I am just dumping my thoughts into the stream with this janky setup. But hello. No, but I really do apply myself a lot to like things I watch, things I read, things I hear about. Because you never know when that can be you someday. You just never know. It might be you when you least expect it. So it's just like sometimes good to know. Also, I've messed up a lot of times in my life too. So, and a lot of mess ups have happened to me too. It's like everything. I'm sure it's like that for everyone though. Dude, I feel like I'm in a Zoom call with everyone, except it's just a one-way Zoom call. Or Skype call. I haven't been in many Zoom calls, but I know Zoom is like what's common right now. Biscuits, thank you so much for subscribing 24 months in a row. Happy 2 years, thank you. You're right, I haven't drank water for the last 3 hours. That's okay, I'll drink water later. I'll probably end stream soon. This is the longest I've been in a chatting stream. You know, I give myself props for that one. Sorry, I haven't really spoken much. So my ability to speak is pretty poor. My ability to speak is pretty poor right now. Oh, good luck studying uni. Good luck. Does my English get worse when I'm in a foreign country? I think so. But I don't think my English has ever really been good. Dude. I remember, did I ever tell you guys? My sophomore year of high school, I had an English teacher. Was it sophomore year? I don't know if it was sophomore year or junior year. I had an English teacher who just like didn't like the way I wrote. Cause like I didn't write English grammatically correct most of the time. Kane, thank you so much for subscribing 7 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Dynamite, thank you so much for subscribing 9 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Anyway, he didn't really like the way I wrote, and he'd make a lot of comments on my papers being like, this isn't idiomatic English. Like to this day, I remember what he said verbatim because like that like traumatized me in some shape or form. He literally wrote, this isn't idiomatic English. And I was just like, how am I supposed to know how to write an idiomatic English when my parents don't speak English at home? I don't know. And so like every book is written differently. Not every book is written grammatically correct, you know? And I don't read that much nonfiction. So I read a lot of like fiction books growing up, not nonfiction books. And so I based off a lot of my English around that and what like other people wrote. And so I always got like bad marks in that English class. But I remember my next year. So I don't remember if that was my sophomore teacher or my junior teacher, because I don't remember when I had him as my teacher. But my other teacher it must have been senior year. So it was my junior English teacher. And then my senior year English teacher, did I take AP Literature in senior year or junior year? I don't remember. Anyway, my AP Literature teacher, he loved the way I wrote. He like loved what I wrote all the time. And so I was like, wow, like it made me realize how subjective teachers can be. And it's like weird that your grade is like based off on a lot of subjective matter. And like you can't even tell if it's like highly credible subjectiveness. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I was like randomly thinking about that one day where I was like, I had like really, it was like impossible for me to get like an A on a paper in one of my English classes. And then my other English class, my AP Literature class, my teacher gave me A on everything, literally everything. So I was like, okay. But I know my English isn't really that good in a grammatical sense because, you know, when you take the SAT, I did really well when it was like technical grammar, so like the writing portion before. Okay, I know now the SAT doesn't have the writing thing anymore. I think it's just like reading and math now. But before, when they had the writing and it was just like the grammar part, I would do really well, but I did really poorly on the essay. But that's supposed to be like the easy part of the writing portion. Oh, it still has writing? Oh, okay, well, whatever. But yeah, I would always do poorly on the essay part, but that's like the part people do well, and they do poorly on the grammatical, like technical grammar, like figuring out what's wrong stuff. But I always did really well on that part. I just did really bad on the essay, and I don't know if you guys know how it's graded, but the essay scales how your grammar portion went. So that's your total writing score. That's how it was before, at least. And so my essay would always like tank my my writing portion score. But yeah. 420, thank you so much for subscribing 28 months in a row. Welcome back, and thank you. Coco Loco, thank you so much for subscribing 5 months in a row. Welcome back, thank you. Goldstat, thank you so much for gifting us up. Thank you. Oblivion, thank you so much for subscribing 4 months in a row. Welcome back, thank you. Master Noob Gamer, thank you so much for subscribing 6 months in a row. Welcome back. Corblet, thank you so much for subscribing to Twitch Prime. Welcome to the Star Prison. Thanks for being my Starling. Thank you. But yeah. Oh, dude, I was like the typical, stereotypical, very stereotypical, very stereotypical Asian student. I always scored perfect on the math of every standardized test. And I just did poorly on everything else. I was very stereotypical Asian. Perfect math, tanked everything else. What? I don't know how to do reading comprehension. Reading comprehension is the worst thing. I can read a paragraph and people be like, so it's very obvious that this is what you infer from it, or like this is what you got out of it. And I'm like, no, I got this out of it. And it's just like not even in the things. And I'm just like, whatever. I'm bad at reading. I get it. Incarnation, thank you so much for subscribing 19 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Karen, thank you so much for subscribing 18 months in a row. Welcome back, and thank you. Whenever I see your name, I always just think about how the world has changed what Karen means. It is not at the time to be named Karen right now. You know? It's just like not the time. It's like not your fault. Your name on Valorant was Karen, you had to change it. Oh my god, I can't even imagine. Yeah, I feel really bad for the non-Karen Karens. The Karens and the Chads. I don't really feel bad for Chads, but like still like names being stereotyped must feel bad for people who have that name but aren't really their name, or aren't really what their name is stereotyped for. Junki, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you. The manly man Chads, yeah. The React Andes, yeah. I really like history. Actually, I actually really liked learning history in high school. I didn't take any history classes in college. I took one international history class, but I don't really remember much of it. I think I really liked learning World War II and Cold War stuff in history. I don't know why. I didn't really like learning about World War I, but I really like learning about World War II and the Cold War. Isn't it crazy if you think about it that history is like a different perspective everywhere and they teach it kind of differently everywhere? It's like you want to like learn it objectively, but history is surprisingly subjective. I think history is a subject that gets more fun depending on how it's taught. I think my teachers made history really interesting for me. So yeah. To be honest, I kind of miss studying. Munching Dan, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. I don't know. I know a lot of people don't miss studying at all, but I kind of miss studying. You're studying right now? Okay. In the moment, I never really liked studying. I think I never liked studying because I was always under pressure. I think if you're... And that's kind of how school is, which is why school is miserable. Because you're just like always under pressure. But if you were taking one class at a time, like one class per semester, I think you could enjoy studying. But I think because in university they make you take like 3 to 5 classes at once, and then you start one midterm and get involved with midterms back to back, studying's miserable. But if you got to study one class at a time, you're taking 9. How do you take 9 classes? Well, I went to I don't know if it makes a difference. I went to a quarter system school. Yeah, I don't know if that makes a difference though. The 9 sounds miserable. Keeping track of 9 things. Oh, really? How long is your term? I went to like a quarter system school. So we had like fall quarter, winter quarter, spring quarter. And technically there was a summer quarter. But summer quarter was optional. So it wasn't mandatory. If you paid extra, you could like sign up for classes in the summer, but that was optional. That's what I did though, my school. Yeah, it's technically trimester, but they call it a quarter system, at least in the States. Hello. But yeah, I took like 3 to 5 classes per quarter, and it was miserable. I didn't really like it, but I kind of miss being in a slightly... Okay, I don't miss stress, but I miss being in a slightly stressful environment where I have to like learn something, and I am prompted and kind of forced to learn something. But I don't know if I could ever handle the pressure of like taking all those classes and like trying to ace everything all over again. Not fun. You know, I'd rather take one class for like 2 weeks really intensely and then take another class for 2 weeks intensely, so on and so forth, over taking like 5 classes at once and trying to pass all of them at the same time. Or 1 class a week. Dude, learning would be so much more fun that way. At least for me. I'm just the type of person who would much prefer that. Maybe some other people prefer like 5 to 10 classes, 3 to 5 classes at once, or 3 to 9, I guess. That would be hell for people with ADHD. True. True. Math all week. I would just prefer that. I think some other people wouldn't. I think some people would prefer variety, but I would prefer starting something, working on it, finishing it, and moving on to another thing. I guess in that regards, there's really different types of learners. Professor, thank you so much for subscribing 18 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. 5 exams in 7 days is garbo. I agree. At some point, I think I did worse in certain finals because I just gave up. I was kind of like, F it. I've given it my all in these other classes. I don't have it in me to put effort into this one. So I'll just wing this one. Stupid, thank you so much for subscribing 24 months in a row. Welcome back. Happy 2 years. Happy 2 years. Would I study something else if I went back to school? No. I love what I majored in. I thought like what I was learning was really interesting. Jamie's doing good. She can like move around and everything. She's only able to drink liquids though, which kind of sucks. And she can barely talk. And she can't smile, which makes me sad. But she says she's smiling on the inside. So it's like funny because she types the way she talks usually. So when she types, she seems the same, but she actually like can't like talk the way she used to. So, but yeah, I majored in communications, and I like what I majored in. So if I went back to college, I think I'd study the same thing. Actually, I converted 2 of my college best friends to communication majors. They were econ majors before, and they made, honestly, because everyone I hung out with was an econ major. I tried being an econ major myself, or like I tried taking econ classes to see if I wanted to major in econ. Yeah, I didn't really understand econ that well. Just like didn't really absorb in my head that well, and so I kind of gave up. I took macro and micro, and I gave up after that. And then I made them take a communications class with me, and then they loved it, and then they became communications majors. Econ's hard. I think you have to have like a certain mindset for it. I didn't absorb econ the way I would absorb other things. Sinful, thank you so much for subscribing 15 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. What is communications exactly? Communications is really broad. It can be a lot of things. In my communications classes, I learned a lot about like very random things. I learned about like family relations. So like certain like roles in family members, stereotypes, a lot of research around like family member relationships, etc., etc. I've also learned about a lot of interpersonal conflict, so like interpersonal relationships and like how do I describe it? Just like it's really like it's putting terms to things that happen on a basic level. So like things that make us like have conflict with each other, how that makes people feel, how people start talking about that. And it's like putting terms to things like that, like labeling them with like research terms. It's kind of like sociology in that sense, but it's more about what people say. So I'd learn about like theories of like argumentation, like points of points of like argumentation, theories of persuasion. I had a public speaking class. I also studied like social media. And I also studied like I also learned about, I forget what that class was called. Anyway, I learned about how like media affects children. And so we'd watch like baby films or like baby shows, and like we'd learn that, oh, because babies aren't able to like connect. So like the movies we watch, or I say we, but like movies that are out for like adults, some of the transitions in action scenes are very abrupt because we've seen so many movies and so many scenes that we're able to connect like a certain scene to another scene, even though it's really abrupt. Babies are unable to do that. So kids shows don't really have a lot of like abrupt cut scenes. They're very like linear, single panel, or it's like very streamlined because there's like, because babies aren't able to like thread this with this. So like stuff like that I learned randomly. I also learned, one of my favorite classes that I took in communications was I forget what the class was called, but it was basically about how the world is for people with disabilities. That was a really, really impactful class. It was probably one of my favorite classes I've ever taken. And it's really cool to learn. We had like a lot of speakers with like people who have disabilities or who have family members who have disabilities, and like how the world kind of works for people who have disabilities and how they want the world to see them, and the things that they have like difficulty with, the things that are like outside of their control, a lot of that stuff. But yeah, a lot of my classes are very like putting terms to daily life things that we don't really think about. Heck, even there's this one particular professor in my department. She's like a lot more interesting. She really liked doing research and theories about more like mainstream culture. Not mainstream, but like just like culture, internet culture in general. So we like studied about like 4chan, which I didn't even know what that was when I was taking that class, because I play a lot of games, but I don't really explore the internet too much. So I don't Reddit. I never really used forums or anything. But she liked to study stuff like that. So we'd study like 4chan. We'd study like My Little Pony culture, but like brony culture. And we studied like South Park and stuff. She was very interested. She was like really into like internet culture and like studying about just like the way certain things in media are. Anyway, yeah. I don't know. Communications is so broad that it's like hard for me to really narrow it down. There's also communications classes. Even in my own department, it broke down to it broke down to 3 different departments. So it's a school of communications, but there's like the communications part, and then there was I think it's called cognitive science disorders. That was like communications, but more on the medical and science field. So people in that field would learn about like hearing aids, or like how communication works in like the brain, and how communication works on like a more like scientific medical level. So there was that department. And I think the School of Communications also had film. I think film was also part of our school, but it was like the other department. But yeah, I don't know. There were a lot of classes that I took under my major that were pretty interesting. So yeah, if I could go back to school, I'd probably take the exact same classes. If anything, I wish I like retained more, but those are like some of the random things I retained. I also learned, I remember in one of my like interpersonal relationships classes, we learned about like flirting. And it's like statistically proven that like guys have to do more at the bar to get a girl's attention. Girls just have to exist at a bar and they will get a man's attention. And there's like statistical research done on that. There's actually research done on that. There's like numbers that show they'd have like a girl dressed a certain way and they'd see if like a guy would react to them. They'd have the girl say something, etc., etc. And it like showed like, oh, girls show like positive behavior towards guys who are funny or like friendly, whatever. It's like there's a lot of research that goes into everything in life that you guys don't think about, or like general things you learn. There's numbers behind a lot of those things. For example, happiness levels in marriage go down after you have a kid, and they only go back up after the kid goes to college. That's statistically also proven. So I remember my professor, he was like teaching us about that. He was teaching us about that, and he was like, I'm not saying that people shouldn't get married. I'm married, but I'll tell you that life does get easier after your child goes to college. And I was just like, oh, that's so interesting. But yeah, basically, I think communications has like a lot of variety of things that are under its wing. And it's just like daily life stuff that have like numbers and research behind it. So yeah. Oh, I also remember, I think it's like very normal. There was like a statistic where we were filling out like a questionnaire, and it's like, oh, how many people would you say you're really close to? And at the time, I wrote something like, I don't remember how many I wrote, like 7 or 10 at the time in college. And or actually maybe I wrote more than 10, but it was like statistically proven that actually most people at that age, or most people, the max number of people that they're like super duper close to, including family, is usually 2 to 4 tops. And like 2 is like the most common number. So like it's actually not that common for you to have someone who's like, or a lot of people that's that close. And yeah, there's like it's like statistics to everything. So yeah, my major is kind of like a really broad, a wide variety of stuff, and it's just putting numbers to things. And yeah, so yeah, I liked my major. It's hard to apply it to a profession because you can narrow it down. I think if you want to study my major and narrow it down to profession, you should probably take another course, or like at least narrow your coursework into something that you wanted to go into. But yeah, I don't know. I liked my subjects, or I liked what I studied. It was fun. It was interesting. I ended up taking a lot of marketing internships through my major. So yeah, because my major kind of like, you can also push yourself into like the entertainment industry with it. You can kind of go anywhere with it. So I know some people who were in my class who went into like to intern at like what are they called, like news channels. I don't know how to describe that, but like people would intern like news channels and stuff. Our school didn't have a marketing major. Our school has a marketing program, where you can get like a marketing certificate. It wasn't exactly journalism. Our school had a school of journalism. Our school of journalism was intense. Our school is known for their school of journalism, so our journalism was like a completely separate department. But like, yeah, you can take like, yeah, medical is nuts, it's true. But yeah, you can take like stuff from my school or like from my major and kind of like apply it in any way you want. So yeah. You've been complacent with seeking internships and you really regret it now as a junior. I don't think it's ever too late. I do think experience is extremely valuable. And I think that's something that your parents don't teach you, and colleges don't teach you, and what Google doesn't teach you is experience tends to be kind of everything. So if you're not doing that well in a class, I don't worry too much about it. Literally, don't worry about spending your time working from the ground up. As long as you find somewhere that takes you and you build up your portfolio, you'll start to realize that you're ahead of others in the game purely from having experience and like knowing more. Unpaid internships are the biggest scam ever created in the corporate world. I agree. I've been through a lot of them. I've had a lot of unpaid internships, but I did what I had to do. So, but I think now it's a lot more regulated. So I would push to not go through unpaid internships just because they tend to like push a lot of grunt work onto you too, and I don't think it's fair. But yeah. Nico, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Electric Miss, thank you so much for 30 months in a row with a tier 3 sub. Welcome back and thank you. Lyrics Lexi, thank you so much for subscribing 5 months in a row. Welcome back. Mutex, thank you so much for 35 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. Kira Panda, thank you so much for 8 months in a row. Welcome back and thank you. The fact that unpaid internships exist, yeah, I've realized experience is extremely important, but don't ever think you're too late for not having internships by junior year. I think that's really normal, actually, more common than you think it is. Shakes, thank you so much for subscribing 15 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Don't let like the people who have it, okay, so here's the thing about, I don't know how to describe it. Okay, so social media, okay, not only social media, what people talk about will always be the abnormally good cases. People talk about their highlight reels, people talk about their successes, people talk about only their good moments and good parts, and they concentrate that to make it seem like that's like the only thing. But that's not true. A lot of people fail a lot, and a lot of people run into a lot of failures, and a lot of people sometimes aren't even doing anything, but that's never presented to others. And that's something that's never talked about. So people think that's not common, but that's super untrue. Of what I've come to know, and like of all people I've met, there are a lot of people who reach successes, but they didn't get there in a day's worth, and they didn't only hit successes. They failed a lot. They just never talked about where they failed, and they never talked about like the period where they did nothing. Just stuff like that just isn't talked about. So people think that's not normal. But it's actually really, really normal to have periods of time where you feel like you can't do anything, so you're doing nothing. Or you fail like 30 times just to succeed once. And I wonder why people don't talk about that. Because I feel like I guess somewhere in our history, people thought, oh, if we talk about only our successes, it will get all these new people to aspire for the successes. And like, yeah, that's true. But at the same time, it also makes people feel really bad when they don't reach those successes. And not everyone succeeds that fast. Most people fail more oftentimes than before succeeding. So I feel like we have to normalize failure. We have to normalize like repetition. We have to normalize periods where people don't do anything, because it's like very normal. I think people were afraid to talk about failures or like moments where they're not doing anything because people don't want to normalize that, to like give like acceptance to that, like to be like, oh, it's like, oh, because you're okay to fail all the time, you should always fail. But that's not true. I don't think people are okay with failing all the time. I'm pretty sure every failure somebody experiences makes them feel bad and they want to succeed. I don't think anyone ever has like fun failing. I mean, maybe, but I just don't think people have fun failing. And so I feel like people need to know that like failing is a really big part to succeeding as well. Sorry, my eyes are itchy. I think my allergies are getting bad. I think, oh, that's probably why my eyes are so red. It's because like my allergies are getting bad. But yeah, I think failing is very normal, and people shouldn't like because what I see happen is like people feel so bad about their failures that they're unable to move because they think they failed so much that they can't do better. But that's not true. I've hit like rock bottom in many places before, but it's like you just gotta keep going and know that you can, and that even if you hit rock bottom, you're not gonna be there forever, kind of thing. But yeah, it's like hard, especially when only like success is talked about. But yeah, I digress. Appa Yip Yip, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Shakes, thank you so much for subscribing 15 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Yeah, I think there's like a lot of systems placed or enforced in our lives where failing is incredibly punishing. So for example, yeah, like if your university kicks you out if you failed twice, that's incredibly punishing. And I think there's punishments to failure to prevent failure being something that people are okay with. But I think it's just like not very well balanced in our day-to-day lives, where like, yeah, failure should be punished so that people know that failure is not where you want to leave yourself. But at the same time, you don't want to make failure so damning that like people don't want to try again. I don't know where that balance is, to be honest, but I do think that's like kind of what happens. Honestly, Amy, I don't know, doll, I don't know where, I don't know what to call you, but dude, law school's hard. But here, you have to think of it this way. For everyone who's in like law school or med school or just like a particularly like rigorous education program, you're comparing yourself to the other people in law school, and you're comparing yourself to the other people in med school, and you might feel like you're doing not much or you're doing poorly compared to other people. But know that there's people like me who aren't doing law school, and you're probably studying way more than me, and compared to me, you are incredibly successful. in like law or medical school, you know, because like I didn't even try law school, and there's like other people who've never tried like law school or medical school. So compared to the people who aren't even trying, you're incredibly successful in like studying law or medical. I think that's like I think that's how you have to like think of it with like people in like very like rigorous education program. Yeah, we uplifting is true. Just think of it this way. Like you're in law school and everyone else who's not in law school are like the bronze elo people of law. We'll never dabble in law, so you will always be better versed than us. You could use us as your scapegoat and compare yourself to us. Or me. If you guys don't want to be grouped with me, you can compare yourself to me and like know that I probably wouldn't last a day in law school, so you're doing really, really well. And I don't know. I don't know how to phrase it. You're not only doing really well, but like you're doing it for us kind of thing. You're taking one for the team and doing more than I ever could in law. So just yeah. That with like law and medical. Yeah, yeah. Dude, Zavi, you're just thinking in my mind. Yeah, you're doing this to solid. Actually. But trust me, I've like yeah, the nursing program is extremely rigorous. But guess what? You're the nurse. I probably you put me in like a nursing situation and I probably don't know what to do. But you are a nurse who's well practiced and you know how to handle an emergency situation way better than I do. You're the person we'd probably like, let's say we're all okay, I'm bringing this example up because I've actually been in this situation, but we're at a sushi restaurant, someone has a seizure, you're the nurse, like you know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm the one who's like calling 911 because I don't know what to do. But you're the like first person who like knows what to do in that situation. So you know what, compared to that, like you're amazing. Don't compare yourself to like other nurses. I think that's like the thing about everyone's field that gets like really toxic at some point, is that like you compare yourself to everyone else who's doing like the same thing as you. But that's not how you're supposed to compare yourself. You're supposed to compare yourself to the people who aren't doing the thing, because you know that's who you really should compare yourself to, because at least you're doing that thing that nobody else is doing. Props to you, you know. Edrex, thank you so much for subscribing 5 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Nerva, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. Thank you. I really appreciate it. If you all gifted a sub from Nerva, make sure to add them and thank them. Goku Escape Pod, thank you so much for 30 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Andy, thank you so much for subscribing 29 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Chillblank, thank you so much for subscribing 29 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. To be honest, I realized this when like, okay, so before my epiphany that I had in my 2-week quarantine in the hotel room in Korea, I thought I was like bad at games. Yeah, I can't believe I'm saying that. But anyway, I thought I was like pretty bad at games, because there was a period in time where I was comparing myself to pro players. And it's like, bro, if I compare myself to the 0.0000001% of like what I'm practicing in, of course I'm bad. I'm trash compared to pro players. Like, that's really obvious. There's only like a handful, an absolute handful of pro players compared to the like thousands and literal hundreds of thousands of players a game has, or millions of players the game has. But here I am comparing myself to the like 0.0001%. And so I thought I was bad at games, at like every game. I thought I was bad at like everything. I was bad at like League, Valo, just whatever, name any game. I thought I was bad at it. And then I sat in quarantine in my little hotel room. And I thought about it. And I was like, I'm better than majority of people. Like I honestly can't watch a lot of gameplay, I'm not gonna lie, because okay, so I only watch for the most part pro player gameplay, or like I actually have I have a hard time watching competitive gameplay if it's like not pro player. I have like a hard time watching just because like I naturally am a very competitive player, and so I'm always like looking to like improve myself, or like I'm really looking for like good like gameplay that I can like learn from. So I tend to watch a lot of pro plays, and I don't watch a lot of other things. I watch like mostly competitive, and then because of that I realized like I've like forgotten what like the average person is like when playing the game. And then like I've been seeing so many like clips on like TikTok that aren't like particularly grand or whatever, or like things that are like really obvious to me, but it's like good tips for people who are just starting. I was like realizing, I was like, I am better than average. And I never realized that because I always compare myself to pro players. And then I thought about it and I was like, I could not believe I compared myself to pro players and thought I was bad. No wonder why people were so like offended when I said I'm bad at games. I'd be offended too if I said I was bad at games. Especially if I was like someone who was like worse than me and they heard me say I'm bad at games, they'd be like looking at me, be like, then what am I? You know? And I was like thinking, I was like, oh my god, I'm so stupid. Like I can't believe I was calling myself bad. I probably made people feel so terrible whenever I called myself bad. Because they're like, then do I not have hands? I mean, I probably made people feel like they play with their feet or something by calling myself bad at a game. So that's when I realized I'm pretty good at games. And I will never say I'm bad at games because I like watching my own gameplay for the most part. I have some very questionable moments here and there, but like for the most part I like watching my own gameplay. I don't like watching my face or myself. So anything that involves like IRL me, I don't want to watch, but I like to watch my own gameplay. Honestly, that's kind of why I like to stream without cam on, because like I like to watch my own gameplay because I like to learn from it, and like your mistakes are really obvious when you watch yourself. Anyway, yeah. So if I can watch my own gameplay, I'm not unbearably bad. So I must be like somewhat good, right? But yeah, that's when I learned I'm good at games. And all this time, I was comparing myself to pro players. So I'm telling you all, for those of you guys who feel bad in your subject area, you're comparing yourself to the pro players. Don't compare yourself to the pro players. Pro players are like the 1%. The 0.001%. 0.0000001%. So don't compare yourself to the pro players of your field. You're already doing more than average. So, in whatever field, in whatever you're well practiced in. But yeah. How about don't compare yourself at all? I think that's like reaching true enlightenment. I don't know. Yeah. Yes, spell cooldown. Yeah. Enlightenment. Like, actually, I think that's just reaching true enlightenment. If you can compare yourself to nobody, dude, you're living the happiest life. And everyone aspires to be like you. It doesn't matter where you are at anything. Trust me, if you're not comparing yourself to anyone, you've won at life. I promise you. You can have worse grades than another person, but if you're not comparing yourself to another person, you've reached what the richest person in the world probably wants to achieve too. Okay, maybe not the richest person in the world, but like several really extremely successful people are probably aspiring to reach that kind of enlightenment that you're at, that they can't even pay money for. That's like a level of enlightenment you really literally cannot pay money for. So yeah, if you don't compare yourself to other people, you're pretty much better than Elon Musk. Okay, I don't know, I'm just saying, that's actually just like true enlightenment. I don't know if that's like, yeah, Bezos is shooketh. It's true. You're making all the CEOs quake in their boots. At least, maybe not by their definition, but by my definition, you have succeeded more than you have like attained like some godlike level if you don't compare yourself to anybody. So yeah. Nyan Bias, thank you so much for subscribing 4 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. DeLorean, thank you so much for subscribing 4 months in a row as well. Welcome back. Thank you. Graphic, thank you so much for 8 months. Zero Shin, thank you so much for 9 months. JP, thank you so much for 3 months. Afterlives, thank you so much for 13 months with it. Oh my god. Graphic, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Thank you so much for tier 2. JP, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. Thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. Thank you. Afterlives, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. Keone, did I thank you? Thank you so much for subscribing 37 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Banana, thank you so much for subscribing 5 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Derp Potato, thank you so much for subscribing 5 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's a good thing to aspire to be like, not compare yourself to other people. That's something I would like to achieve. Imagine that, just being happy because you found what makes you happy, and you don't ever compare that to what makes other people happy, and you don't ever question what makes you happy because you're so confident in what makes you happy that you don't really care about what makes other people happy. Honestly, in that regard, I think sometimes, I read I think it was a YouTube comment. It was in my most recent YouTube video that I posted, or that Lucky's posted. One of the comments was like, actually having less friends helped me a lot during this quarantine. And he or she talked about that, and how like having less friends really helped them focus more on themselves and like what makes them happy in this quarantine. And I read that and I was like, dude, I can completely see that. You're so right. If you only really have yourself and yourself to focus on and what makes you happy, there's less to compare yourself to. And I don't know, that made me realize like, yeah, I can see that. June, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Okay, I don't know about 0 friends. 0 friends. Actually, honestly, I feel like some people are really okay with having 0 friends, but 0 friends sounds really lonely to me. But yeah. No, I don't think it's about having no friends. I think it's about having like a balance. It's about having a balance. Like, no friends isn't the answer. Having a ton of friends also isn't the answer. there's like a balance to everything. Kutham, thank you so much for subscribing with your Twitch Prime. Welcome to the Star Prison. Thanks for being my Starling. Thank you. Feels like you have 0 friends. I think I have a really hard time trying to figure out a good way to help people make friends, because I think growing up I've always had like a very particular definition of friendship, and I've always been really picky about making friends. I never really tried to make friends with everyone. I was like the kid in high school who kind of like got along with everyone, but I wasn't really friends with anybody in high school because I just felt like I didn't trust anybody that much in high school. I had childhood friends though, growing up, and I really trusted them, and they were kind of like my main friends. And because nobody in my high school gave me that kind of level of trust that my childhood friends gave, no matter how close and no matter how much we were friends, it was hard for me to confidently say we are friends. If people said we're friends, I was like, oh, we're friends? And it made me like happy to be acknowledged as a friend. But I would wonder, I was like, what did I do to establish that relationship that we're friends? Because it was really easy with childhood friends, because since we were friends since like my childhood friends, I was friends with them since like 1st grade, so it was really easy for me to define friendship between me and them, because we started at such a young age that like there were just like no filters. We became friends because we just wanted to play Pokemon with each other, you know? And I grew up and we just ended up playing a lot of games together with my childhood friends. But my high school friends, I was like, I can't even play like games with you guys. So what makes us friends? Or like that good of friends? And it was like really hard for me to define friendship or establish trust with people in high school, because I just like didn't know what to base it off of. So I had like friends. Like my mom said I had a lot of friends, but I never really established a good form of friendship with them. But then in college, I met like Nikki and Rena, and they kind of like changed my definition of friendship. And they don't even play games, but they like really introduced to me like a good definition of friendship. And like they kind of taught me how to be a good friend without it being through video games. I know I keep saying that, but like it was like a big thing for me. Like I learned, and then I was like, okay, this is why I never felt like I established confident friendship with anybody in high school, because nobody in high school really did this much for me. But like with like Nikki and Rena, I really can't put it into words. They were just like always there. And like sure, in the beginning we started with like a very surface level friendship, but I stuck around with them so much, and they stuck with me so much, that naturally all my insecurities that I had about like friendship just kind of dissipated. And they were kind of the ones who stopped my overthinking. I used to be a big overthinker in high school. But after I became friends with them, I stopped overthinking everything. And I realized not everyone like, people don't really, not a lot of people overthink that much. But like, when you get into a habit of overthinking, you think everybody's overthinking. But that's not true. And I realized that with them. I don't know, for me, friendship is really hard for me to define. I don't really know how people make friends either. Because with them, they were actually really close together. And I just kind of inserted myself into that friendship. But then they really let me insert myself, and we became really close as like 3 of us. But yeah, I don't know. I just kind of inserted myself in that friendship in the beginning just because I was like, oh, they seem like really nice. And I like spending time with them. So I spent a lot of time with them, even though they were like a duo. I just kept spending time with them. And even at some points, I'd like invite myself. But then I think we all just started to get along really well, the 3 of us. And then they started inviting me. And it just became a 3 thing. I don't know. I think friendship is really hard to define. And it's really hard to know when it gets established. I think they were kind of my transition period of like learning to approach friendship in like they were like my defining moment of like turning surface level friendship into deeper meaning, into deeper level friendships. After them, it was a lot easier for me to like make friends and know who I want to become friends with and how to approach people that I want to become friends with and what kind of friend I wanted to be for people. But before that, I didn't really know what kind of friend I even wanted to be. Like, I thought I was being a friend. But if I think back in high school, I think people were more of a friend to me than I was a friend to them. Due to me overthinking a lot. And like just levels of comfort. I really, like, if I think back in high school, I think a lot of people were comfortable and open to being friends with me. But I was such an overthinker that I couldn't fathom me and them having a close relationship. It was just like a mental blockage. But I think if I were to go back in time, I could become really close friends with like the people in high school that were trying to be my friend, that I technically didn't allow because I didn't trust them and I didn't approach them with my walls down. But I think the moment I realized that, I started to make a lot more friends afterwards. Or friends I really started to like trust with my life. It's because I started approaching people with 100% trust. And if they were ready for that kind of 100% trust, they returned it. Kind of thing. But yeah, I think everyone's always at like different levels of friendship. Some people aren't ready for that yet. Some people are still struggling. And yeah, I don't know. If I could like describe to you in better words of how to establish friendships and how to help people make friends, I'd let you guys know. But I really don't know. I think I've always hated wasting time, though. I've always hated wasting time on anything that was like kind of like surface level. But I'm not saying you should approach people with depth immediately. That usually doesn't go well. You're that tends to be really overwhelming for a lot of people. If you just approach people with depth, it's just not, you don't just like connect to people like that. You can alarm a lot of people if you approach people with too much depth. It can be really overwhelming. So it's like, I'm not saying like all surface level is bad. You have to start surface level, you know? But I just don't know at what point where the surface level transitions. I think first and foremost, you have to enjoy company. I know that sounds really simple, but I know a lot of people who probably force themselves to hang out with people whom they don't particularly enjoy the company of out of fear of being lonely or something. But you should really spend time with people who you enjoy the company of. Like people who make you laugh, people who make you feel good about yourself, even on surface level terms, you know? People who you just like enjoy eating a meal with. I guess that's less common now. People who you enjoy, I don't know, playing games with, whatever. I think you really have to like think about who you enjoy the company of, and then just continue to enjoy their company, and maybe your friendship will reach a deeper level. You need people to call out your BS. Yeah, that's important too. You can't surround yourself with yes men. That's not really what being a good friend is about. But you also shouldn't, but okay, just because there's also ways to call out people's BS, you don't have to be rude about it. I know a lot of people who've had like very terrible approaches to calling out other people's BS. It's like, dude, you didn't have to like say it like that. But people sometimes are really brash about it, and I'm like, you're just overstepping. But it's also true. I don't think people should be yes men. You should call out people when they do things that aren't good. How do you not be brash? You just don't be a jerk. You just don't be a jerk. I'm like trying to think of an example. I guess it's like, yeah, just be constructive. Yeah, Dizzy's right, just be constructive. You can be stern without being rude. Because if you're an asshole to like a well-receiving friend, like let's say your friend is very open to constructive criticism and you're an asshole to them, dude, that stuff is traumatizing. And they'll remember that forever. And you've like scarred them. So like, sure, maybe you've changed them for the better, but you've also probably scarred them. And so, I mean, like, if that's like the way you want to approach it, sure, but I think you can be stern and constructive with people without being a jerk. It becomes a jerk move if it involves humiliation. I agree with that. You normally don't have to humiliate people for them to learn. Yeah. That's a good way to think about it. Willie, thank you so much for subscribing 4 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Edwin, thank you so much for subscribing 2 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Creative Cat, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the Star Prison. Thanks for being my starling. Mary Likes Soup, thank you so much for 6 months in a row. Alvin, thank you so much for 8 months in a row. Nathan, thank you so much for 24 months. Higa, thank you so much for 100 bits. Renji, thank you so much for 6 months. Kaylee, thank you so much for 2 months. Anflower, thank you so much for 3 months. With the tier 3 sub, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. High school is hard. I didn't enjoy high school at all. I know like some people had like the best time of their lives in high school. high school was the worst, one of like my worst times ever. Cryptic, thank you so much for 4 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Luckin, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the Star Prison. Your mom, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the Star Prison. Thanks for being my starling. Kutham, thank you so much for subscribing with your Twitch Prime. June, thank you so much for 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Javian, thank you so much for 3 months in a row. Anonymous, thank you so much for gifting Jan Janice. So thank you. Loser, thank you so much for 2 months in a row. Welcome back. Brian, thank you so much for 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. But yeah, I know some people. I remember I got in college and I had a friend who was like, who would always say high school was like the best time of her life. And I was like, did high school? I really didn't enjoy high school. I liked college way more, but I think everyone's different. Maddie Hero, thank you so much for subscribing 2 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Dude, that got me, well, not that. During my quarantine in the hotel, I was like thinking about it. Like just like things I regret, things I wish I knew at that time. And I remember in middle school, it was like 7th grade, maybe 8th grade. No, John went to a different high school. I was friends with a lot of people outside of my high school. I don't know why, but I was. In middle school, like 7th or 8th grade, I remember this one guy confessed to my friend. And I remember at the time, KG3KG, thank you so much for subscribing 4 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Maddie, thank you so much for 2 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Anyway, he like confessed to my friend, and I remember I just remember not being that surprised that he confessed to my friend, because I kind of figured he had a crush on her, but I just remember a lot of our other friends reacting really poorly to his confession, because he was kind of like, well, it was like he gave her like, dude, but like, okay, basically he was like a little bit nerdy, and he gave her like a necklace and everything. And looking back at it now, I feel like it was really, really sweet and mature of him, and it was really brave of him to give like a confession like that as like a middle schooler. That's like pretty big, you know. Brokens, thank you so much for gifting 20 subs. Thank you. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for gifting 20 subs. If you got gifted a sub from Brokens, make sure to add them and thank them. But yeah, I remember like that's such a courageous thing to do in like 7th or 8th grade, to like confess to someone with like, he like gave her like a letter and like a necklace and stuff. And I was like, that's like really brave if you like think about it. And honestly, he probably deserved more praise. I mean, yeah, obviously the feelings weren't returned. And that's fine. I think everybody has the right to reject someone, you know? Like my friend didn't feel the same way back. But I remember like some of our other friends like kind of responding in like a really mocking way. And like, if I could turn back time, I just kind of want to like be more supportive to my friend who got the confession. So I was like friends with the girl, not the guy. But I wish I was like more supportive for her who got the confession, because like I just like wonder, you know, because like our other friends reacted so poorly, I wonder if it made her just respond to it even more poorly, when maybe she could have like appreciated it more, or like taken it more like, I don't know, seriously. But that's like the thing about teenagers and kids, right? What, 7th grade, I was like 13. We're all like 13. 8th grade, we're like 14. But like, yeah, if you like think about it, I just like feel really bad not supporting her like not encouraging her, but like I mean obviously, okay, I obviously it's just too young. Yeah, I'm just too young to think that deep. But I was thinking about it during quarantine where like that was probably not the best way to respond to like someone confessing to my friend. I remember my response was like, "Oh, I'm not surprised. I always thought he had a crush on you." But like if I saw like other people make fun or like jeer at the fact that that guy confessed to my friend, I wish I like stood up for him more looking back in time. But obviously that's like 13-year-old, like if a 13-year-old was able to do that, like oh my god, they're insanely mature. But yeah, I don't know. I was like randomly thinking about that during quarantine. I was like, what are some things I regret in my life? And I was like thinking about it, and I randomly got to thinking about that. Just like, I remember so clearly too. We were on the field, and he just like walked up to her, and he like gave her a necklace and a letter. And I was like, whoa. I was like, I mean, I always knew he had a crush on you. And that was like my response. But yeah. She was probably gonna reject him regardless, because I don't think she felt the same way. I remember she had a crush on a different guy, but still, I do wish like I was like more supportive of that. But yeah, I thought it was really brave of him, and he took rejection really well too. He was like very okay with it, which like blows my mind. If I think about it now, it's like I really wish I could like give him props, because he also handled rejection really well, which like you don't appreciate as like a 13-year-old. You're not gonna appreciate someone who handles rejection really well, because like you haven't really seen that many cases of like handling rejection poorly. But he was like really like, maybe he was like super brokenhearted on the inside, but he's really mature to her about it. Because like she told him immediately, or like the end of the day, she's like, I can't have this because I can't return your feelings. And he's like, oh, it's okay, don't worry about it, like I hope in the future we can like come to be friends later on. And like she was like, yeah. And like he was just like very like outwardly okay. Obviously inside he's probably dying, but like outwardly he didn't give her like any sort of like, you bitch, how dare you not return my feelings, which I trust me, I have experienced that. And like so many girls and guys have experienced that, where like you reject someone and they just like slap you in the face, and you're like, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I didn't have a choice in this. You know. But like people experience that. I've experienced a terrible rejections. It scarred me. But like you never really appreciate people who handle rejection well until you experience someone who handles rejection incredibly poorly. But yeah, if you like think about it, it was so mature of him, and I wish I could go back in time and tell that 13-year-old kid he's being so mature and he's doing such a good job. I hope he pats himself on the back at this day and age about what he did. But yeah, anyway, I was just thinking about that randomly when I was being quarantined. Have I been rejected before? Yeah, of course. What? I feel like, doesn't everyone go through something like that? Dude, when I tell people, and the reason why I went into college thinking it was, have you guys seen Sudai Children? Have you seen the girl who like cannot fathom that the guy can like her? Okay, well, there's a pair in Sudai Children where I think it's a girl with pigtails. She cannot fathom that this guy is into her, like at all. She just like hangs out with him, and he does a bunch of things that are clear signs that he's like interested in her, and she just takes it for everything else, because she just like literally cannot see it that way. Like she doesn't see herself as attractive, or she doesn't see herself as like a possible candidate of him liking her. I was literally that in like high school, or like high school and like beginning of college, because well, if you grow up being like rejected, you're not gonna magically one day think like, oh, you're an attractive person. Like, your brain just doesn't work like that. And I was rejected a lot in like middle school and high school, and so obviously I'm not gonna grow up with the mentality that like guys can like me. I learned that later on in college, that guys can like me, so I'm not there anymore. But like, I grew up with that mentality. But it's true. That's why like some people you see and they're like, oh, I really can't fathom that somebody would find me attractive. And it's like, yeah, if they spent most of their life, like 18 years of their life, being like rejected or like whatever, they're not gonna magically think that they are attractive one day. You have to like experience it. And no, I mean, but yeah. No, dude. Bro, in high school, I remember this one time I was talking to a guy, and I thought we were mutually talking. And then he dropped me because he was talking to two girls, and the girl he was more interested in returned his feelings. So he dropped me. And I was like, oh, that was like my first time experiencing like being ghosted. And I had no idea why. So I experienced that. And then I ended up talking to someone else about it, like another guy, about like that situation. And then we ended up talking a lot. And so I thought, oh, maybe like he understands me, and I started developing feelings for him. And then he told me he didn't have feelings for me. And I was like, oh. I was like, I see. And then like after that, I just like stopped trying. I was like, okay, guys are just friends. Guys are just friends. Sorry, I spit on the monitor. I was like, after that, I was like, okay, guys are just friends. I need to keep them in mind. Even if you connect with a guy, that's like basic to them. They're doing that with another girl. And Celine, you are not a candidate. And so I spent the rest of high school just being like, okay, I'm just friends with guys. And then I go to college, and then like I met guys, and they were like actually interested in me. And I was like, this is really weird. But yeah. And I learned that guys can like me. It was just another page of like learning things. But yeah. Like stuff like that, mentality doesn't change in a day. So Donut32, thank you so much for subscribing 2 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Your mom, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Drips, thank you so much for subscribing 6 months in a row. Welcome back. Unlimited Noodles, thank you so much for subscribing 18 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Mikhail, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the Star Prison. Thanks for being my sterling. Hot Beverage, thank you so much for subscribing 25 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Applejacks, thank you so much for subscribing 6 months in a row. Rod the Rod, thank you so much for 24 months. Happy 2 years. Thank you. Zomber, thank you so much for 17 months. Thank you. Donut, thank you so much for subscribing 2 months in a row. Welcome back. Nacho Problem, thank you so much for 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Chadley Chan Chat, thank you so much for 4 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. But yeah, like people who grow up to think they're like unattractive is usually because they face a lot of rejection. And if you've spent majority of your years being rejected, you're not going to magically one day think you're attractive. It's just like built up experiences. That's not to say, okay, but that's also not to say I'm perfect, because I'm pretty sure I've handled a lot of cases where like guys liked me and I handled that poorly because I just didn't know what to do. So I learned from those experiences as well, that, or like how to handle feelings in that regard as well. You have to dabble in both. You have to dabble in being rejected a bunch of times, and you have to dabble in rejecting here and there too. Then you really learn. That's when you really, really learn about, like, I don't know, every experience. Every experience is a learning experience. Like, I've had situations of all kinds, I feel like. Tanzori, thank you so much for subscribing 27 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Like, I remember when I had, like, commitment issues because I was so insecure. So middle school, high school, I spent most of it being unrequited feelings, unrequited love. I don't know how to pronounce it. I spent a lot of middle school and high school not having my feelings returned. So in college, because I didn't really have much dating experience in middle school or high school, in college I had commitment issues because I just never dated in middle school or high school, so I didn't know what it was like to potentially be with someone long term or like someone for long term. And when guys would, like, confess to me, and then I liked them in the moment, but I would panic. I don't know how to describe it, but I would panic later on. And I would just think about how all the ways that this could go wrong, and I didn't want to be in it anymore. And it was like it was kicking in my, like, fight or flight, and I would literally flight. I would literally just, like, run from the situation. And I just remember dealing with a lot of that in the beginning because I didn't know what to do. I would like them, but then, like, the idea of, like, them liking me back didn't have enough support behind it that I'd panic. I just straight up panic. And I think I broke a lot of hearts that way. And they were probably so confused because we were doing so well, and then I'd panic. And I don't know why I'm panicking. I don't know why I panicked either. But I'd panic. I'd run. It was probably a terrible response. But I did that before. And so there's that. I learned from that. That's bad. Don't run. That's not good. But yeah, like I said, I'm not perfect either. So yeah. Rennie, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. Thank you. I hope you had a great stream. Yeah. I realize Rennie can raid me because I'm streaming from Korea time. Dragon, thank you so much for subscribing 7 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. But yeah. I learned a lot about, like, not, like, I guess relationships in, like, all stages. So, like, not the committed stage, but, like, even, like, before it and stuff. I learned a lot about that stuff experience wise a little later than, okay, I don't want to say later than most people because some people might experience it later, but I did experience that much later, like, learning stuff about that. So there's that. Winter, thank you so much for subscribing 9 months in a row. Welcome back. Luxtel, thank you so much for subscribing 2 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. But yeah, and then later on, I learned how to do everything better. I always handled rejection well. I think because I was so self-deprecative, I handled rejection really well. Because my ego is negative. So when I get rejected, I was like, oh, that's obvious. So it's kind of like, I've always been good at handling rejection. I was, like, never really surprised. But me having to reject people was a new thing that I had to learn. But I learned how to be better at it as time went on. But that was also a learning experience. Everything's a learning experience. But yeah. Red Eyes, thank you so much for subscribing 9 months in a row. Welcome back. Chuck, thank you so much for subscribing 10 months in a row. Welcome back. Valoria, thank you so much for subscribing 5 months in a row. Welcome back. Gamma, thank you so much for subscribing 5 months in a row. Welcome back. Demon, thank you so much for subscribing 4 months in a row. Welcome back. Any advice on how to reject? Well, okay. I think when it comes to rejecting, when somebody confesses to you, they have an idea of you, right? And it's clearly a positive one if they like you. I think you just have to like appreciate that they like see you in that light. So you like acknowledge that, just like appreciate the confession, but just like be honest and say like you don't really, I mean, it's okay to not look at them the same way, you know? I'm trying to like think of like some tangible like actual words you can say, but I think everything is, I don't know, everything is experience based, but I think you just appreciate that they like you and that they see you positively, and then somehow form the sentence that you don't see them the same way, because honesty is good. And like, I don't know, I can't really think of like specific words, but I don't think there's harm in telling someone like, hey, I really appreciate your confession and I think you're a great person. I've just never really looked at you that way, and yeah, I hope, I don't know what else to say that. Just, or just, I'm not really sure if you should always apologize that you can't return someone's feelings. I don't think you should, because I don't think there's anything wrong with you not seeing them that way. And if you're not in the wrong, I don't think you should apologize. So I don't think you should apologize. I think you just appreciate, thank them, and then tell them honestly. Yeah, don't say sorry. You have nothing to apologize for if you don't see someone romantically. Sometimes that happens. Everyone's experiences are different. Their experience in their life led to see you in a way that's really rose-tinted glasses for them. They might not even know you that well, but they just like this idea of you so far. And they're starting to develop feelings. Just because of their experiences and the way they see you doesn't mean the way you see them has to be framed in any other way than the way you actually see them. So there's like nothing to apologize about for not having feelings for someone. Yeah, don't apologize. If they react poorly, that's on them. I guess it's like different if there was like cases of leading on. I think that is something you can apologize for. If you feel that within you there were moments that you could have let someone on, you could apologize for that. Be like, I am so sorry if there was any action that I did that made you, that misled you. I think that's something you can apologize for, because like that stuff was in your control. It's not your fault for not knowing, but like since those were your actions, you can apologize for your actions. Because sometimes, some people lead people on intentionally, and that's really bad. But there are some people who like accidentally lead people on. Yeah. honestly though, the more times I've seen people like accidentally lead someone on, or I don't mean this, when somebody accidentally leads someone on, the person's able to recognize that they actually weren't led on, and they're like, no, I don't think you led me on. So I don't know, but yeah, if you feel like you misled someone, I think that is something you can apologize for. But I don't think you should apologize for not being able to return someone's feelings. You're not obligated to return everyone's feelings. Plusle, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Pell, thank you so much for subscribing with your Twitch Prime. Welcome to the Star Prison. Thanks for being my starling. M. Kai, thank you so much for subscribing 11 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Potato, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Lux, thank you so much for the 300 bits. Thank you. Sometimes just being nice to them can also be misleading. Yeah, I've actually, there was like a really good, I remember seeing a really good video clip of an instance where someone was like actually simply just being polite, but because the other person hasn't really experienced that much like kindness in their life, they mistake politeness for like an overextended generosity thing. And that happens a lot. But that's just like, yeah, it happens. Pentweet, thank you so much for subscribing 10 months in a row. Welcome back. Zed Stuff, thank you so much for subscribing 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Happens. At the end of the day, it's really about how you work things out with that person. I don't know. I think some people can be misled. And some people could be just straight up leading people on. If that happens, I mean, that person just probably needs to be called out. Boa, thank you so much for subscribing to their Twitch Prime. Welcome to the Star Prison. Thanks for being my starling. Thank you. Yeah. Everyone's so concerned for me because I haven't drank water, but this is really normal for me. I like never drink water, which is really bad. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but like I can go like 8 hours without drinking water. It's really bad. Stinky Bean Curd, thank you so much for subscribing 5 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. I would not travel again during COVID ever. Nope. I would never. I don't recommend it at all. It is not the time to travel. For sure. Just no. I don't think I would have traveled if I didn't have to. So. Yeah, maybe I have to get my body used to drinking a lot of water. But the way I think of it is, if I were to ever come to a moment in time where my ability to go long periods of time without drinking water proves to be an advantage, I'm gonna miss that ability. Like, what about like I don't know, an apocalyptic setting? Or like if I'm in a desert and there's just like not water readily available. Do I really want to lose that survival trait that I have? I have like a passive that just allows me to not need water all the time. 13 Jack, thank you so much for subscribing 6 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Yeah, technically I would survive natural selection compared to the people who really need water all the time. Arcanian Warrior, thank you so much for your Twitch Prime. Welcome to the Star Prison. Thanks for being my Starling. Thank you. Kiyoharu, thank you so much for 33 months in a row with a tier 3 sub. Welcome back. Thank you. I'm shorter in person. Thank you so much for subscribing for an entire year. Happy 1 year. And Kiyoharu, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. Hello. Okay, but yeah, and I'm being extreme. I should probably go drink water. But yeah, I should probably end my stream here. I streamed so much longer than I thought I would because I just had so much to talk about. Because my brain, I just like have so much thought, random thought. I can talk forever. But I'd rather not. Mel, thank you so much for subscribing 25 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. But yeah, that's probably it for me today. I will probably try to stream Korean Valorant tomorrow. Sin, thank you so much for subscribing 2 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. And yeah, I think I'll try to stream Valorant tomorrow. It might not be tomorrow. It might be just like straight up like a lot later. I don't know. I have like no sense of schedule or anything. But yeah, glad to see the test stream went well. Streamed a lot longer than I intended. And that I can stream. That's good too. My internet held up. Yup. My computer held up, which is good too. But yeah. Okay. Good night, everybody. Thanks for all the subs and the resubs and the gifted subs. I appreciate. So yeah. Oh, dude, actually, I could. Are there? What time is it? Are there? Oh, I hear myself. Sorry, I heard myself. I did not like that. Oh my god. I can actually. I have never, or not never, I haven't rated Ryan in so long because he streams in the morning and I stream at night, and I could actually rate him. That's kind of crazy. That's actually crazy. I actually get to rate him now. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. I can't believe you guys just watched me ramble for so long, but I appreciate it. And yeah, I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow. Can't guarantee it, but this was a nice warm welcome back. Thanks for all the subs and the resubs and the gifted subs. I've been kind of anxious about streaming again, so this really helped me ease back into it too. Vladdy, thank you so much for subscribing 14 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. Quiz, thank you so much for 7 months in a row. Welcome back. Thank you. But yeah, good night, everyone. I'll see you guys again when I can. Good night.